Welcome everyone to the final Super Weekend day of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia 2021 spring season. My name is Haaland Wolf and I'm joined once again by Professor Tarzan to my right of me. And Tarzan, we have been on a massive journey through 3 weeks of competition, but today is where it closes off the final day of the Super Weekend, as we say. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty excited, a little bit sad to be fair. It's like a mix between both. Excited to see who will go towards the finals, excited to see how those, bubble on that leaderboard will turn out to be. We'll hear some sound of those dreams getting shattered, but you know what? Sad, because this is just the last day of Super Weekend. We won't have the same format anymore. It's history. Very, very soon. We will have the same teams. Very unlikely to have that in the coming splits. But you know what? Let's cherish it.
Let's cherish it indeed. It is, of course, only the top 16 teams can move through at the end of today. And unfortunately for them, there is a total of 17 teams in contention for those spots. So when it comes now still to the final day, one of them does have to go, which is unfortunate for them, but it is going to be tight, to say the least.
Very, very tight, but yesterday it adds quite a lot of possibilities, because we were looking at that bottom table, let's be honest here. For many regions, it may be contention, how should I say it? It's competed amongst a few more teams. We're looking at who will get eliminated, but we're kind of picking 16 out of 17. So no one wants to be that one. But one thing for sure is that GUNZ Esports is not going to be that one. It's just mathematically almost impossible. They've got such a big lead. Looking at the bottom though, we've got Arab GSG and the Snipers kind of just fighting with each other to see who can make it in, but both of them have some pretty good games, the past 2 days. But let's go to look at the leaderboard to put more things into perspective.
As we look at the overall leaderboard, we can, of course, see that GUNZ miles ahead of the rest of the competition, 471 points to their name. SUDOR, of course, going to also effectively be qualified. Yes, they're not in the Super Weekend, but they've done well enough in the other 2 weeks that they have competed to guarantee their spot through. And further down on that leaderboard, we do, of course, have Falcons, who missed a Super Weekend, dropped slightly down from their first place finish in the first week, down to 7th. And iKURD consistently in that middle spot in 8th position.
And of course, SUDOR's not playing this one, but they should be pretty safe in here. But if we just look at the bottom there, Arab GSG, we're trying to say, hey, if they do well, maybe Fate and Rad maybe in a bit of a danger zone. But I think it's very unlikely. Arab GSG has to have a biggest game to be in the clear, because just below them, we have the Snipers. So, of course, Arab GSG, 115 points, a small lead, right, compared to the Snipers. And the Snipers got their first chicken dinner, actually, yesterday. So that's a good way to start. And one of the highest, when it comes to points, right, the best day so far, maybe hitting 39, but not quite there compared to many of the other teams. But you can see it's just a 1 point difference between these two teams. And that will be where we clench our teeth and pray for them all along. But scary stuff for both of these teams.
Scary stuff indeed, but of course, as we say, it's going to be between Arab GSG and the Snipers effectively. It is a war between these two teams where we look at the most, Tarzan, because between these two teams, they've both missed, I think, a Super Weekend overall. Snipers, they missed out on 1 week, and so did Arab GSG. And as a result, that is why they are so in trouble right now compared to the likes of even teams who also only made 2 Super Weekends, like Falcons, like Galaxy Racer. They've had better results, whereas these two teams, they've been mediocre, and as a result, they need to be exceptional today to be able to bypass the other. Of course, when we look back at the rest of the Super Weekend, though, it wasn't the Snipers who got their own first chicken dinner. It was also Arab GSG. But not only that, I think we should also speak to the fact when we think of chicken dinners of how dominant GUNZ have been, Tarzan, because they are now sat overall with the highest points. And when you look at their statistics, you think, well, Erangel, it looks good. Okay, maybe that's the strongest map, sure. But then you look at the rest, and it's still almost squad wipes, over a squad's worth of kills every single game on Miramar. These are difficult and scary stats for teams to go up against.
But they've just really shown the domination. I remember us mentioning they were the most consistent team, like through from first to second week, and they just continue with that with no problem. And I think they were also a team that could withstand like pressure more than many of the other teams. Like they could lose one player early or whatnot, but they will find a way to get those points. And I think that's what really defines a good team. And those are the mentality side of things, but the play really represent their confidence as well, like showing and demonstrating why they deserve to be at the top one right now.
Even against all of these other teams who are contesting for the top, like RICO Infinity team, and Alpha Legends below them, as you can just watch there, even decimating over them, sweeping them aside with effectively over now 120, 119 points lead to be exact. They are the team to watch for sure going into the PUBG Mobile Pro League Finals of Arabia, but also I think there is an interesting thought of other teams when we think about the likes even of GUNZ and versus some of the other teams down below, the likes of I think RTG, who are slowly but surely assailing their way to the top, albeit without any chicken dinners.
It's very interesting, like this point. The fact that they haven't had any chicken dinners may show that they are lacking one area of skill. Like sometimes you need to have those particular pop-off, but you can't really fault them when it comes to, you know, the actual standings. They are having this consistency and showing through the points, but something might be missing, right, for them. But speaking of those, you know, pop-off games, yesterday was very interesting because all those teams that we were considering being pretty mediocre had the day of pop-off, right? We've got Snipers getting their first chicken dinner. We've got RT9 with one of the biggest chicken dinners ever, and you just don't expect it from them. Yes, they had a good game already, right? Remember, in day one of these third Super Weekend, and yesterday they turned it into a chicken dinner. Brilliant work from them. It's not just them. Fate got one as well. You know, it's the day that you don't expect some of these teams to win, but they did pop out of nowhere. But we wrapped the day with GUNZ winning another one and still, you know, leading that leaderboard. When it comes to day points, GUNZ was still up top yesterday.
Also, when you think about RT9 and you say overall in the 2 days previously, they've actually been sat at 6th position both times, which is more consistent than can be said for a lot of these other teams, including the likes of teams above them. When you actually look at the likes of Falcons, who fell all the way down to 14th in yesterday's games with only 18 points. It's been 45 and 44 points respectively for the Tigers, and I'm expecting no less from them once again. But also, if they can carry over those big games that they had, and you speak of that big chicken dinner win, into the games that they're also doing bad in, and they're being slightly more inconsistent with their points, that's what I'm really looking at for RT9 to really climb their way towards the top.
You know what? I feel like it's slowly coming through. They know how to use the advantage that they have, maybe from a spot, from a compound, you know, based on the circles analysis, but they just need to have other ways to get there as well. If they happen to not be in that position right now, they need to have a different play style that can still get themselves point, because it's a little bit too much of the all or nothing, like from how it looks like, and it's the same for many of these teams. And I'm even looking at the side of YaLLa Esports, right? There's not a lot of teams that played every single game so far. We have 45 games in total for Super Weekend, so 5 more from today, then we'll be done. But look at those teams who already played 40 games, right? We have HOTLINE right at the bottom now, those teams 206 points. But just above them, like for the teams that played the same amount of games, we have YaLLa Esports, 15 points above HOTLINE. It is pretty scary, like if we put it like that, because HOTLINE is a team that we were saying, hey, don't really, like the presence is not very much, it's not felt that much. But YaLLa Esports, their presence is not just in this tournament. They've got some strong games as well, so the presence more, you know, felt. But it's not just this split. It's, you know, from the history of the team.
Yeah, the history of the team is showing up well, and they're going to have to do even more. But as we also have a look through at the overall wins for GUNZ in specific with the chicken dinners, $8,000 going over towards them, 8 games won so far, only then equalizing it somewhat with RICO and Infinity's team lower down on the leaderboard with 4 wins and then 3 wins for Rad and NASR respectively, and then to 2 wins down to the rest. But also surprises me there that Rad, with 3 wins, still fairly low down on that leaderboard, considering that they have been one of the top chicken dinner winners.
Maybe it is the all or nothing thing. Like when we talk about momentum, like if you give them a little bit, they will use and build and win a game. But if they lose some players a little bit earlier, then it may not be, you're just expecting them to maybe get single-digit points. But in day 1 of this Super Weekend, we all witnessed how Red lost 3 players early, very early. Then in a very open finish, they were able to make it to 2nd place, I believe. So almost a chicken dinner as well. So maybe something's coming through, at least from that solo player knowing how to hold this ground.
In the individual skill of players, we've also talked about this in, I think, lots through the entire tournament, but also what we haven't talked so much on is the team's synergy, which I think will also come to fruition in today's games, and especially moving into the finals, because it is that synergy on the team that will bank you those, of course, top 5 spots in the PMPL finals that send you through over to the EMEA League later on in the year. So that is what I'm really looking towards, in that promise that these teams can deliver not only these solo plays, Tarzan, but also plays where they're keeping these teams alive towards the end, and they're having more options as a result in those end stages.
We will just look at the games by, like separate games. It's very tricky sometimes. You want to just use what's in front of you and just look the game as it is. But because we're looking at those points as well, I think when it comes to this bottom table, we can't help but think every point matters. And it would be even spicier if we see the side of SCYTES and GSG actually clash in the game, like maybe early on as well. Who's taking away the chance, not just killing you and taking 4 points, but completely removing you and leaving you no opportunity to get any single point. So that hunting game may be something that we can see.
That's risky, though. I mean, for me as a player, or as a caster as well, I would not go to the team that I have to beat. I would rather look and assault maybe a team who also hasn't been doing so well statistically recently. And we look towards the likes of HOTLINE as well, who haven't been doing so well, Tarzan. And what is it that this team really needs to bring? Because right now they're sat in that 16th spot with this weekend's points that they've accumulated.
It's very hard to say. I think from my perspective, the team they don't have a very distinct plan, right, when they arrive at a spot or something, right? So that is something, it's just alongside the weakness of other teams as well. But before going into more detail, let's compare 2 teams that we're definitely going to be looking at today. We have GSG and the SCYTES, because they are going to fight for that qualification. One of them will be eliminated unless they both pop off like crazy. Then the teams above them may be in danger. But we can see the side of the SCYTES actually trying to take more initiatives, and that is how we feel like as well. Like in the wins that they get, they are definitely doing it in a pretty dominating fashion. But GSG, when they take chicken dinners, for those that they happen to have, a little bit stealthy as well.
I think also when you compare the stats here, Tarzan, you have to look at, well, Arab GSG, they're actually only averaging 0.9 kill points per match this week in this Super Weekend, whereas they're also averaging 1.7 points per match in placement points. And when you look at the other end of things, you're looking at snipers who are averaging that 1.1 kills per match, but also the 1.4 kills, or placement points, should I say, per match as well. So it's actually the snipers who are more kill heavy in between these two teams, but it's Arab GSG with the experience that are bringing their more placement points per game as well.
And you know what? Like, we talked about mentality, talked about psychology, we talk about how it's all that mental games, and it all starts there. And yes, I know there are people who don't like talking about it. Like, what does it have to do with the game? If you've been in pro play, you will see the effects that those have. You can see the effects of maybe one person having, you know, an emotional control issue or whatnot, how they can completely destroy their team. Like, I've seen those, I've heard of those stories, and you know, that is why it's so important. So this will be the game that they will need to play, is a mental warfare as well between these two teams. You know, they know it's make or break, and they need to make it, you know, make it work for themselves.
Yeah, of course, a recap here, a nightmarish scenario for both these teams, where Arab GSG currently sat still on 115 points, whereas Snipers on 114 points. There's 1 point separating these teams, and these are the two teams that are most likely to be eliminated. Then also Rad and Fate just above them, who we don't forget, though, if these teams have bad in an awful series of games today, they could also be on the firing line to be getting eliminated if also Snipers and Arab have that pop-off day for themselves. So this is also the onus on Rad and Fate still to understand that they're still not out of the red zone yet. They're still to get into the clear. They're still to get into the finals. Especially
the side of Rad, because they, okay day yesterday, but they were not very flashy. But Fate, though, yesterday, very good day. They bypassed Rad. They got 58 points, so second place when it comes to points that they got in a single Super Weekend day. At second place, you know, that is higher than Alpha Legends yesterday, just below GUNZ. So if they can use what they did yesterday and apply it to today, then they should be, you know, in the clear.
The problem is, though, that we've seen this before. We've seen Fate have these pop-off days. We, in fact, saw Fate really pop off in one of the league stage days, where they actually ended up top overall in the league of the week. Whereas I think actually looking overall at the stats is also the concern for Fate. That don't actually always have that consistency that we have to look at, but also looking at the game as we head our way through over onto Erangel for the first of the final 5 matches in the final day of the Super Weekend in the PMPL Arabia. It is going to be a spicy day of games, Tarzan, and telling you what, as we already head our way through over from Staba all the way over towards that western coastline down on the south, it is looking like an interesting playing path to me.
Very interesting, you know, Stauber, and you know, because we have so many southern playing paths, so for something that starts right up north and then making spots like Georgia Pool pretty easy to reach, this will be interesting, right? But for those who love that very congested southeastern segment, including Mansion, Shelter, Milta, Lepovka, like that will come down to a little bit of those vehicle congestion, right? Like around that eastern side early. And military base as well, you know, Southern Island, not easy to reach, will require these players to grab some cars on that southern coastline of the main island to go to those spots.
I think also when we look at contested spots, we have to think about Pachinki, where GUNZ usually do like to land around, but also their Georgia Pole, the other main located contested spot here that will be located by so many of these teams. And I think it is to speak for these teams potentially even changing up their drop spots if they want to try pick up these points. When you think about both Snipers and also Arab GSG, you can see GSG further out of their action when it comes to players' drops locations, but Snipers, they have the potential on their road to the center of Roshok to pick up a number of kills and a number of squad wipes if they so choose.
And I think it will be very interesting to see the timing of rotations in Phase 1 because, it basically complements their playing pathway. Other than maybe Real Tiger 9 needing to come back from Primosk, a lot of these teams will need to face, that decision. Like, do we just say we stay around where we drop because it's in the circle, or do we find a spot in the circle that may already be contested because the playing path pretty much complements this Phase 1 circle?
Also, speaking of teams still to impress us, though, the likes of YaLLa just outside of the hospital section, overlooking, of course, YaLLa, their rotation back towards the Everest side. And when we think of YaLLa on Erangel, specifically Tarzan, we know them for initially getting looted up around Georgepol. They make their way further south, as we say, towards Everest for the vision, but it also all the time doesn't really work. In specifically joining up with yesterday's games, they end up contesting usually against HOTLINE. So it will be interesting to see if this time around both YaLLa and HOTLINE opt to go for the mountain, whereas actually in the first day of play, we saw that change of HOTLINE. We saw them, instead of going towards Everest, opting to go for a slightly more central rotation into the zone.
I think it's really down to the practice. Like, knowing how to hold a spot is so important. It looks simple on paper, looks simple on the mini map, but if you don't have a very clear role and know how to split around it, knowing the options that a particular spot can give you in the later phases, then just don't play it. That is why these tournaments are so tricky. Like, there's so many things that you can learn, but you've spent so many hours just playing your usual game already, going on autopilot. How much more can you actually learn and then being able to apply without overloading your circuits, right? Because that's a problem. If you overthink, a lot of things will get slowed down, and you may even fail, to show your true colors, the strengths that you already have.
And when it comes to showing those true colors, Tarzan, I also feel that we have to, of course, mention going into today the pro play and the pro top tier skill coming out of RICO Infinity Team over the course of this tournament heading into this final day, because it wasn't the RICO Infinity Team that we knew now in the past who we praised them for their skill. We questioned their ability to be at the top. We questioned their ability to have these pop-off days in terms of points, but slowly but surely they've become a better team, and I'm excited to see what they can do today, and I'm excited to see what they can do later on in the finals, because holding on to that second place, it'll be up to them to see if they can keep holding on to that place for the final 5 games.
It's very hard to predict when it comes to this team because they have some pretty good days, like at least last Super Weekend. Then League Day is a bit meh, right? But they got in, and then the first day a little bit like, you are okay, but not the strongest team that we can see. But 53 points yesterday, so it's very hard to predict. Like, this team just has, the consistency is not exactly there. But if you just look over like the overall points, then you would say, oh, they're probably one of the best teams, and but definitely more work for them to do.
And when you look at their placement points as well, on average, they are currently sat around that second position, of course, joined by the kills, but they're not that far behind the other teams down below them. When you think of the likes actually of RTG, should I say, they're actually the second place in placement points. And RTG, I think, overall, the most consistent team recently of yet when you get rid of GUNZ from the equation over all of these other teams. And to see the fact that they have the most placement points beside GUNZ, but still 0 chicken dinners. And in fact, the only team in this league out of all 19 teams, apart from Fanatic Zombies, still to pick up at least 1 win.
Yeah, and you know what? I feel like there's a little bit of change in their roster as well. And that can really change things up. Right? When it comes to synergy and whatnot, like, maybe this team has those individual abilities because we've seen that before. But if you have a little bit of a roster adjustment, like time and time again, and you need to know why you're playing a particular player, right? Some people will have that, like, create in like in basketball, like in sport, you send someone out and say they've got this special ability, but we don't use it all the time. But whenever we send them out, he can do certain crazy things, but we can't play that card all the time, and that would explain some of these changes, like when it comes to the style of play because of that roster. But there are other teams who would use a substitute because it's just we don't want to play him, like if we don't need to, but they just kind of forced it because after all it's a bit of a game. People may have school and work, etc., but we have some interesting phase one plan because teams are in the circle already. They need to try to set up, need to start predicting, and maybe hunting some of these plays down, based on their analysis, rotation paths, etc.
It is fair game to be able to use substitutes in the last day, especially when you think, well, RTG, there's really no mathematical formula that will allow them to be eliminated. So as a result, you have to think that if any of the days to play, this is a day you play your substitute, this is a day you try getting used to synergy. In the event, of course, as you say, maybe you have to play them in the PMPL finals. Maybe you have to be adaptive in that sense. And talking about adaptive, as YaLLa have changed their route in their rotation in towards the center of zone, not going for Everest time around, but instead going towards the more central belt of Rozhok, and they're overlooking the north side, whereas actually RICO Infinity team also going to be that team overlooking YaLLa in their own more comfortable, more known route that they take.
And I've seen, this team do crazy things here. Like even in league stages, I remember they know every ridge line, they know every small split, they know how to use the watchtower. And you could see maybe YaLLa was not just there for no reason. They set up, they tried to study, and the RICO Infinity team, like the team that are so used to dropping to the northern side, like Zaki and Zaverny, can actually get hunted down, right? But we are waiting for that phase to circle to see how it adds a lot of that spice. But we will have a little bit of an eastern shift, forcing these teams to go through, leave Pachinki, come into the Headshot Hills, they're pulling away from Headshot Hills basically, and come into maybe Yasnaya Fields type of finish here.
I'm just going to say one thing straight away, Tarzan, and that is Stalba is still open. So you know how much I like Stalba. You know that I wanted to shift over towards that northeastern side, but I will keep my fingers crossed. And so will these teams around Yasnaya Polyana, where of course, Yasnaya Polyana hasn't been a location at all we've seen in this competition, really. In Alpha Legends, always dropping down there. Maybe this is a time where we finally get to see how good Alpha Legends really are in their own home space on Erangel, because with that zone moving towards them, it means that teams will be looking over them to try contest that and try to contest the city for some cover in the prediction that it moves towards that northeastern side overall. But unfortunately, their hotline, they might be falling down once again if they cannot get a mob through onto safety. The buggy then in reverse to get through and escape the bullets of GUNZ for now.
Well, how do you take out 3 tires? That is crazy. Like, that was like a buggy. Losing one back tire is bad enough. Losing both and a third one, my lord, like that is not, it's not a buggy that can be used anymore. Like, it's the big problem, with this sort of vehicle, as you can see. Like, that is so clean. Like, they did the work. They choked that one guy, slowly just kill him, take away the compound. It's just, I have no words. Like, this squad knew exactly like how to capitalize on the situation.
Oh no, Molto getting caught on the island as Galaxy Racer. They are the kings of the hill for now. It means that they do get, unfortunately, 4 Galaxy Racer through to the trio, not able to snipe that one through, despite, as you say, only having 1 tire left, and that buggy Molto makes it home. Snipers though alongside him, and this is where it really gets interesting for me, because Snipers in the location where they have to fend off against Galaxy Racer, they have also HOTLINE on the other side, and they look like they are fishing for these kills, well aware that of course Snipers, they know that every point will matter in every single game today.
And this segment of the map as well. And they were very interesting to watch because these teams have held these spots before, around that dip, right, to the shelter compound. Galaxy Racer holding a hill that they took before in a very big game for them. They made it to second place, I believe, and it all started from that hill. So they know how to split around it. And after all, we are still, having 16 teams, no crazy fights yet. We've only lost one from HOTLINE. And like you mentioned, I think yes now will be very interesting because Alpha Legends know that spot. They should know how to play it. They need to pick a side, though, because it's so big of a city that you can't control every side of it.
But we've never seen Alpha Legends contested in Yasnaya Polyana, at least for the most recent 2 weeks by far. Fortunately for them, it does go away from Yasnaya Polyana, so we don't have to have their skills in the city contested just yet. But unfortunately, on the other hand, they do have to rotate further down, where it does shift over towards school and also towards that main central hills in between mansion and school. And you already see NASR, RTG, the likes of even Rad, they're all making their way over because this is a high spot to control in the zone. Understanding that the vision is going to be so important, especially where the zone is split so often and chunked into small pieces by the roads around the map.
I actually love this circle. It's one of the trickiest to play, but it has the most, power position. So, teams will be heavily rewarded if they do their scouting and claim these spots early, and those latecomers will be, having a bit of trouble. This area between Yasnaya and a little bit of Yasnaya feels all the way towards school and school apartments. J compound in dead center as well. Pretty much a god compound, for this, unless the circle eventually moves away from it. But that will be a good way, to start this game. And of course, Yasnaya feels in there. We will expect these big barrel holes play, and we have Rad. You don't want to lose these because you can still get eliminated. But they definitely have more chicken dinner compared to Alpha Legends, so they will first test out each other's skills a little bit around this area.
A little bit scary for Rad, because if Rad, of course, do go down, we talked about the potential for Rad to still be eliminated if they have all games going bad for them. That grenade going to send that car flying away from Alpha Legends, and a couple of gone means that they all will trade 1 for 1. For the meantime, more grenades going to be sent into the barrel hole of Alpha Legends, so the revive comes through. Jody going to make that one come in, but barely goes down on through that revive. Jody on the sliver of HP. Rad, they'll have going to send in a second one for good measure. Also, NASR overlooking them both. And NASR could be the most advantageous position over all three of these teams, because when you think about their position in the zone, they're close towards the center. They got the hills, they got the roads to protect them as well. Even from the north side, the barrel holes are so difficult to come out of for these teams. NASR looking really strong.
NASR has a good split as well, 2 onto that hill that has control to the southern side if they decide to peek that way, and they've got 2 in the compound to make sure they've got northern sight lines as well. But the tricky thing with these 2 barrel holes is literally NASR's position to make sure that they don't overpeak, and RICO Infinity team can use the other compound of north to control these as well. I mean, there's within that audio queue render distance, so they know there are fights going around here, and this is going to be very, very interesting because we have J compound still in there from RTG. They can farm all these teams who need to come in on these eastern shift, but as you can see, these barrel holes alongside many of power positions have already been saturated, so we are expecting a little bit of those claim of hay bale already, maybe in this phase 4 and 5.
I wouldn't be surprised to even see teams dive in on the barrel holes as well to try take them over, considering that they have stayed so strongly inside now the phase 4 zone. 20 seconds for all of these teams to get back in, though, is also YaLLa searching potentially for their own space in between Alpha Legends and NASR. RTG, they will find one through RICO Infinity team, going to take one of NASR down as well, and this is where the kill feed starts to really light up, Tarzan. This is where these teams really need to think about their positions inside the zone.
Very tricky. I mean, like, there's still compounds that are open, but it's so hard, to go close without getting punished. This is the nature of the compounds in this circle. Like, if you try to scout, you may waste some time, but if you go just slightly closer, you would just choke off a complete, area for your team to rotate through. But you can see we're just having these spots getting, taken now. NASR needs to tighten the formation, and they do. I believe that is the right thing to do, and HOTLINE is not making it through in this game. Like, those early kills, like dominoes, they just fall one by one.
Unfortunately for HOTLINE Esports, down at the bottom for both days, realistically so far, down at the bottom of the Super Weekend. So far, we'll have to stay there for the meantime, falling down in that last position. But Fate Esports as well, still looking for more points, still looking to up their game. Reef almost getting knocked, but Reef will stay alive for now. NASR not going to confirm that one through, and it surprises me the way that NASR, of course, trying to control this, because currently Fate pose realistically no threat to them, being in their own house, separated away. Yes, grenades can come through, but you may wish to have saved those grenades for later, especially as teams potentially crowd even further around you. Arab GSG even closing in from the eastern side.
I completely agree with that. I don't think it's a good time to land those grenades, because you're not just using it later. How are you going to push that? Like, the space between those two compounds are very punishable. You need almost a double or triple knock, and with your cars already parked, ready for a push. Otherwise, it's so hard to go through that. But J compound contest, we are expecting that RT9 actually takes the numbers advantage, and RTG will lose 1-4 now, but it's going to be a little bit of stalemate. They need to see what to do, because the next shift may come through zone. They may want to play a little bit more reactive.
But look at iKURD as well. They are on the edge of the fight as well. RT9 do have to be so careful. That grenade with one volt will be able to send a second one down. Now RTG, they're on the run. They've lost two members. Senke as well, going to be knocked down to the solo already of Marshall. But surprise to Hasty to the engage will get knocked as well. So we have to hold on for now. Now the rest of RT9 members, the Tigers, stretching out their claws. They're ready to pounce, but they understand that iKURD coming in as a third party, they could be upset, they could be stolen away, they could lose everything if they go all over RTG too quick.
Oh, this is the awareness that you need to have. Not too tunneled onto that one fight and know that there is a side that you need to be aware of. But this is also, iKURD's plan that they need to rethink, because they have the close out of the circle. They've got two teams in here that they can choke if iKURD have a spot in the circle. And they just need to balance between third-partying this now that they've made their presence. But look at the fight breaking in there right now.
Already two of the RT9 members down, and this is exactly what we talked about. Clean up city from iKURD, from downtown. They will wipe 2 kills already. The knocks coming through. RT9 Volt gonna have to smoke his way up, and the glitz and glamour of his car is the only solo player left for the big cats themselves. RTG Flame still holding on for now inside the J compound, but the blue zone says no. It will close in around all of these 3 squads. iKURD also losing 1 for the meantime. Galaxy Racer also eliminating their own fight, with Alpha Legends also up against GSG. But the snipers, the next to fall. Big potential for Arab GSG now in this game, if they can stay alive. Already 3 kills so far.
Oh, and you know what? The cars sometimes is something that you've forgotten when you have crashed a compound like this. RTG have sent the players away, forcing this into a 1v1, and that's actually Flame getting rewarded for his patience, and that is huge for RTG. And iKURD slipped a little bit.
Ah, no. But RTG, they get too quick down without kill to search for Caliga. They get pinned down by the window side. RTG eliminated. iKURD still on the run, though. Fate as well in their own contention with Falcons, but that grenade perfectly sent in will allow Falcons to stretch their wings to wipe Fate Esports off the face of this earth as they continue their assault. Better Rad as well, continuing an assault into Alpha Legends' barrel hole, but Alpha Legends, they're holding on for now. Chaos, but Fragger still alive, but GSG looking to third party this one as well. They have lost one member to confirm kill sentence to a duo. Real Tiger 9, Volt dives through to the play zone. It's still this zone closes in even more. Alpha Legends are in tatters as Arab GSG still chucking in the fire, chucking in the grenades. And really, what can Alpha Legends do to escape this one? Chaos trying to be the man of the hour to try get them out of this situation. But with Jody, there is not enough manpower. There's zone coming in from behind them. GSG, they will continue to pinch, but GSG, they may also understand that they could be pinched by this blue zone as well.
It's so hard to balance between, knowing the weak side against this team that is right on your face, as well as getting info for the rotation. The IGL's role is so key here, and those individual plays to make sure that everything's considered very, very tough test for both of these teams.
Chaos, we talked about how extraordinary this player has been through the tournament. Alongside the rest of this veteran team, has been so impactful to getting slowly but surely to that third position that they are in currently. They're using the smokes, are trying to escape this dip for now. Still GSG holding them to the pin. Galaxy Racer not so lucky though, they will fall down to SCYTES. SCYTES cleaning up that one through with second knock. GSG, they get obliterated though. They were not ready for Alpha Legends to just come in at them directly. The smokes were a bait, but Alpha Legends get him baited at least by one member of GSG before they fall. Will not pick up major points that they could have been grabbing with snipers out of this first game. But Alpha Legends, they are still in the trouble of this blue zone, right behind their tails as it continues to chase behind them. And order meanwhile in the center, Tarzan, we have SCYTES trying to defend their position against GUNZ, against YaLLa. The grenade finds a beautiful one onto Razor, and with Razor down, now SCYTES have fallen into the duo. Their position surely no longer safe. It's still two full squads, eye them up.
And now the circle also forces not just outside play, compound push. Falcon will be taking this one upon NASR, and it's going to be a little bit of standoff maybe, but SCYTES first get cleared out. That is GUNZ controlling that side and claiming it as their home.
But they're not done yet. We've still got YaLLa, Tarzan. We've still got YaLLa to ascend their way through inside of the zone. Alpha Legends, they've been pinned and pinned and pinned. And they will be wiped by FalconsEsport. Finally, they have to say goodnight. But Frags, GUNZ, they are fragging out with 5 kills so far. NASR still inside the house. They are the ones with the most optimal position. The Falcons right behind them. RICO Infinity team also falling down to our final 5. NASR, YaLLa, the 2 squads with the full team on board. Never alone, though, trying to fish their way in. Jumps over the wall, holds on for the meantime, making it barely as many audio cues as possible. They understand this is exactly where NASR are hiding on the ground floor. Batika has been found, but Molly will send them moving. Boomper on the other side. Falcons still looking for the fight.
So tricky as well. You can see Narbo is trying to use a very important position, but both of these teams know that it's a fight that they can't escape from because the circle is probably just all set up. Yes, there's an entry spot on their side of the circle, but they don't know that. And that is the hard thing, right, in making these decisions. And the blue zone is now closing. We're going to have a fight break out in the matter of seconds.
Surely this is the time for Falcons and NASR to fight it out. The zone no longer with them. GUNZ as well, losing one player. But look at iKURD. Helmand still in this game. Could massively upset through Hamodi, but will be found by Hamodi first. iKURD, they fall down in 5th. And with those shots, YaLLa wake up. They look for who might be firing. Hamodi straight back down into the dirt. as NASR still going to pin down Falcons from the rooftop. That is Miracle trying to go on a rampage with a second kill down outside the house. Is Never Alone going to get eaten up by the blue zone. KWT will fall as well. That'll be 2 through. Never Alone now might be 3, but will not be able to find it. Never Alone holds on for Falcons for now, bringing them through to the top 3, but short-lived as they will also fall to YaLLa. And YaLLa, who have been quiet all game, are waking up Tarzan, but taking the kills. And here's his gun, surely going to be on their last attempt. But never mind, because they say that Hamodi is dragging his way through. Hamodi, the only one alive. Can they hold on for now? They confirm on the second player. It's Hamodi, the only player left. Takes maybe down Powerful, but no, it's not enough. YaLLa, they take the chicken dinner. And Tarzan, they held on all game, but YaLLa, they took the victory.
I feel like they held on all split as well. Like, we are waiting for these. Yes, like, to be fair, we've seen it maybe once. But to see it now, brilliant. Like, they got one of those strong positions. They claim it when it was not easy. They fought off a team that was on there, and once they claimed it, they controlled it so well. 2 to keep an eye on one side and the other on gatekeeping duty. This is the YaLLa that we all miss. And what a brilliant chicken dinner. And quite a bit richer as well after that win.
$1,000 richer with that win. But before we get to the breakdown of the points and how that game affects everything, we will go on a short break and then be back with you in just a moment. Welcome everyone back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia 2021 spring season, where of course we are on our final Super Weekend day, and we've had one match down so far where YaLLa took the chicken dinner, and Tarzan, what a chicken dinner it was, with the patience and then the execution towards the end to eliminate through Falcons to help take out NASR, and finally take out the reigning top place team GUNZ as well.
I think it's also a very good game to show how these teams play. The different styles do come through. Even their favorite spots do come through. So if teams want to use that to their advantage in the last game of the day on Erangel, and then they can use that. And you know what? Tricky game, like when it comes to the snipers as well, because they've got points to chase, but they went out when Arab GSG for sure got themselves some kills in that game. Of course, hard entrance, I should say, into that zone there. But they did decently well compared to many other teams.
They did do well as we look through the match stats to see how well they have exactly done here. 25 points in total with those 10 kills given over to them. GUNZ, though, do take that second position with 18. Falcons is just falling down behind them, able to take out NASR to grab those extra 2 points and grab themselves that third place overall. Arab GSG, though, as well, making that 8th spot. Yes, only 5 kills, but it's still a win over Snipers, who also went down in 15th position, getting nothing out of that game.
You can see, like, RTG as well, like how should I say this? We talked about the consistency, right? And they were in such an OP compound as well. And I feel like when you take these spots, you just really need to set up well to know how you can, keep like holding it. Like, how can you get breached so easily? But it was also iKURD's effort in third partying that, and they've done that well, so they rack up some good stats as well. But like towards the end there, definitely it was actually GUNZ dealing the most damage to the lobby, and that is just not surprising, to be honest.
As well as YaLLa and also Alpha Legends being quite consistent when it does come towards exactly how good they were in terms of picking up that kill to damage ratio. But as we look at those oppo moments, Tarzan, we can of course see Arab GSG and the Snipers off to the good start, but unfortunately for also RTG and RT9, they got a bit too hasty to the fight, and while both of them went down through to iKURD in the long run, yes, Flame had put out the final kill, but wasn't able to stick down long enough. Alpha Legends, also a promising game through from them, considering that actually Alpha Legends were caught in that barrel hole for a solid 2-3 zones, and then still managed to get out a good series of points despite how difficult that game was for them.
I think they just took the chance. Like they know that is some fight that needs to happen in one form or the other, so before it got too congested, before the third-party pressure came in, they took the fight, barrel hole, across barrel holes, I should say. And FalconsEsport and NASR both show that good game sense. The consideration that they can't escape from is about trading and down to that 1v1 towards the end. And then I'm happy for YaLLa, like it's much needed motivation for them, but it was just a bit too close towards the end, like against a solo as well.
Against the solo indeed, but they're not quite able to find it out. Through the edge of the smoke, Hamodi was found, Hamodi was executed, and YaLLa take the win. Yamaz with the most damage, but it was ID7, or Ida should I say here, who was able to take through the 5 kills, the 4 knockdowns in total, bringing their team justice swiftly and quickly served against all of those other teams in those final moments. But also when we look at still the standings between Arab GSG and their potential in this game, it was surprising to me that they did spend so long to try gatekeep Alpha Legends. It was a total of about 2 zones worth of time in both phase 4 and number 5, where actually they could have instead have played for the zone. They could have played for maybe those compounds where NASR Falcons weren't fully in control of them, and might have actually ended up being better overall at the end of that game for it.
I feel like the plan was not clear enough from them. Yes, it makes sense to keep two to kind of look at everyone from Alpha Legends exiting that position, but the other person was on the outside, not having a proper overlook and also not having an anchor point in the circle. I think that was the issue there for Arab PSG, for a little bit of causing themselves the need to choose. Like if they sent one as an anchor player, then the other two would have a direction. They know where to head towards. But because that anchor point was not established, it left them kind of in the middle. Not do we rotate now? Do we fight them now? And they decide to half-heartedly take that fight. But then Alpha Legends, because the plan was very clear this and go in, and then they just took the win in that skirmish.
They did take the win overall. Alpha Legends, I think, with the small plays where they even baited with smokes and then actually went for the fight, Arab GSG, they weren't expecting it, and as a result, despite all of Arab GSG's efforts, they still came up short. And also, I think promising stuff coming through from iKURD, where we look at their potential to third party against both RT9 and also RTG, and sending themselves through with a good number of kills, and also with that good position in that game. I do believe they ended up with 6 overall out of all 16 teams. So it's a promising start for them, especially as a team who, despite I think still a promising lead in 8th position, I do want to see more, because they've been in that 8th position for quite a number of days and over the last 2 weeks now in total, and they haven't really moved. Yes, not down or up, but we certainly should be looking to make that climb, because 8th, as we know, isn't going to be good enough to get into those top 5 spots when it comes to the finals.
iKURD's definitely improving. I feel like it's very hard to say which teams have certainly improved. There's 2 on my mind. One would be Galaxy Racer, right? Of course, not the best game for them like today, but they had a decent day yesterday. But we're comparing to the start of the tournament, like when the disappointment came for week 1, didn't make it in, just made it in week 2, but then their point average when in the super weekends were actually very impressive. And iKURD as well, they almost didn't make it to the first super weekend, but they're playing better and better. So we have a look at the overall standing to give us a little bit more of that insight as well. We can see iKURD in that position, and they were not close to that middle pack when we started this tournament, right?
Yes, almost going to reach towards that 7th position now, with SUDOR edge now towards the end of the first half of that leaderboard, as they have, of course, not been competing in this week's games. RTG also going to slip a little bit there, as NASR do climb their way up towards the 4th position with that better result. And as we move our way through towards the rest of these scores, we also have to look at the likes of, well, where are Arab GSG now? They're starting to edge a few points ahead of the Snipers, now 6 in total, but still potential for both of these teams to fight it out, of course. And still, when we look at Galaxy Racer, you mentioned their potential to climb. They have a little bit of a gap to go with those 30 points, and still a small gap, as we say. A reminder that Snipers, at the end of the day, if they are still in that 17th position, they will be eliminated from the tournament. So the onus on them to be able to catch up against Arab GSG. Between those 2 teams, which one will go through?
And I think if we have the similar type of map, it's hard to say, because on Miramar, like we mentioned before, like when it comes to defining a pocket of area to control, it's harder because you don't have like grass that you can prone and just stay stealthy for a little bit. There's no trees. Like there's just rocks and certain dips. So the proactiveness in the rotation, the map knowledge, and how you split to control would translate into those points like a lot differently. And you can see there are certain teams who are able, to get bigger wins in certain maps. Like Sanhok, for example, Fate Esports, they definitely show that. And on Miramar, sometimes a bit harder for them, but they proved me wrong before, because they've got one big game, I believe, yesterday, where they came in strong in Miramar. So you know what? Just need to look at how they play it underneath all these pressure.
And a team that really impressed me when we look back at the start of the tournament was Falcons for their plays on Miramar. When we remind ourselves of that first week, right, it was Falcons, even never mind in the Super Weekend, but in the league stage, who are really dominating that map. And I think alongside their Alpha Legends, if you add them onto the side as well, these two teams were by far the best teams when it came to this GUNZ. But now that we've opened up the rest of the tournament, now that the rest of these teams have had a chance to adapt to the Desert GUNZ as well, we actually have seen Falcons in particular slip off of the potential of getting a win in this map specifically, whereas we know Falcons more so towards Erangel now. And I would actually like to see Falcons back in not just nostalgia or deja vu, but to also return to form on the other map where they need to still do strong, because it is going to be both Erangel and Miramar, as well as also Sanhok, all together that will help these teams get to the top in the finals. And so you have to be not just good at one map, you have to at least have a second one where you're good at as well.
Oh, you have to be good at all the maps, because, you know, right now we are not talking about, hey, we just want to get to the finals, because it's about representing the region as well. And we could see GUNZ probably going to do it, but not quite sure still, because we've got finals to go. But let's get through today first, and we will see how these guys do it. We are ready to go on to Miramar.
Ready to hit the desert, as it were. And as we heat up the action, you can also see the hot and spicy Renault 5 is born to win. Welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your game mode on with the much loved Renault 5 series in Tarzan in particular here, looking at how spicy this playing path is when you think about all of these teams who love to drop down to Masera, who love to drop down the south side, no longer going to have to be able to do that. We'll have to adapt, and this is what we're really looking for, the adaptiveness of these teams.
I feel like it's very interesting, because we've got some very sudden playing paths on Miramar, you know, the past few days, and we have these teams trying to play it slow by even going to that small southern island, and this is not possible for them anymore. So they need to find their ground, and I'm worried about Arab GSG, because they want to play that slow game on that south side. No, it's not possible now. So they need to find the secondary drop spot on the northern side, but it's incredibly punishing if we don't know the rotation routes from that northern part of the map. And just need to see how they can hold their grounds here, because it's going to be a little bit hard. But Impala may get a little bit feisty, because Galaxy Racer and RT9 are heading towards there.
And when you talk about specifically RT9, Galaxy Racer, two of these teams who we've compared already earlier on today, RT9 with the consistency through all three Super Weekends, have at least been able to back themselves a good sizable lead, a good potential to make their way potentially even to the top 8, to see them on the left side of the leaderboard overall. But Galaxy Racer as well, this team who have only had 2 Super Weekends, but have been doing very, very well for themselves after what was a disappointing first week, where Galaxy Racer, as you mentioned, were a little bit up and down when it came to the points in the first week. They did have 50 points in the first day of league play, and then only 3 points in that second day, which was what brought them that elimination out of the first Super Weekend.
Yeah, and you know what? Like, this circle as well, I can't shake it off, because it forced these teams into these areas, right? I know it's just phase 1, guys, I understand that, but look at these splits coming from maybe Fate Esports, you know, around La Bandita and all these spots. If you don't exactly know where vehicle spawns around here, you will see yourself just running around like in the open. And like teams who knows better around these spots, they know the exact rock that gives you the most amount of control, right? Even risk-free info, either using third-person peek as well. And iKURD, I'm not sure they are that ready to be around here, but Gallagher for sure found himself a little bit of a position to get info onto Fate, and that's kind of just what you need to do. Very quickly, you need to have a game plan, like using the early info, looking at all those parachutes, and this center belt can be very, very volatile at this phase of the game due to the limited amount of resources as well.
I think when you look towards La Bendita, you assume that later on it does become one of those more power positions. But when you think of the early game as well, it is more just about vision. However, when you also look at teams specifically like NASA, who are going to be inside the crater, a vulnerable position for them, and a position that iKURD could take advantage of, judging by actually the vulnerability of getting out of the crater as well. So difficult to do, especially if the zone later on does take that hard shift.
Yeah, and SCYTES will be tested in this one because they're so used to dropping to the northeastern side of the map. But now that we've got more teams in here, in particular Arab GSG, like going to those same area due to not able to go to the primary drop spot, they will need to test their skills, right? To show they know like why they call this northeastern side home, and they need to out knowledge the side of Arab GSG, etc. But adaptations is just part of the game, right? Because we see Falcons, this is not their spot, but they know that Zombies got disqualified, so they would just take Picardo very happily, and this is their spot ever since.
Yeah, exactly. They've changed their spot as soon as that elimination did come through, and props to them for that adaptiveness, understanding that they have the skill, they have what it takes as well to be able to drop down over on Picardo. And I like is specifically what they do in Picardo with the rotations that they decide to make, because they don't always wait to like Zombies so late to rotate. They're very adaptive in the way we like to rotate and understand that getting out of Picardo early on is very important. However, also the knowledge to know when to stay in the compound. When we think back to previous games where that zone did shift back to Picardo, Falcons were able to still control it very well.
And, Falcons, after all, this is not their strongest map, but it's very hard to say that because they were just incredibly strong on Erangel in the first week or so, and coming into third week pretty good as well because they look at the amount of points they've got. So they aren't bad on Miramar, and they had some decent ones on Thursday as well. But this circle is tricky because you have that position that you can play at City, but I'd say the hillside all around, you just have to pick one because it's so hard to have a cross mountain type of support with a big split. So let's see how they do that. But snipers, come on, is the time for them to shine. And it's so interesting because they are around water treatment. And the last time we saw water treatment in this game, it was Arab GSG around. So we may see the early clash that I was hoping for. I'm terrible, I know that. And I'm just praying for it, actually.
It's a big change and a big shift in power for whoever wins that fight in particular. And when you did talk about also winning fights, we mentioned around Impala earlier on, where it's Galaxy Racer who will draw first blood. Volt going to be the first person to be assassinated through, as Galaxy Racer will look to try skin their first cat alive. Looking for 3 more as they edge their way around Impala towards the south, but also need to understand that we are approaching that phase 2, and we are approaching to the point where on the edge of zone we'll not be safe anymore. So I would like to see Galaxy Racer start to send in their scouts, start to be adaptive. But speaking of adaptive, look at snipers already finding one. Heads up play there from Citizen X will be able to keep one member of GSG for now. Yet Arms so caught as well, going to look for to confirm. Faka going to try trade something back, but they're just too far away to do so.
And I love that maneuver with the car. They just pulled close enough to make GSG scared to go for that revive, and then the bleed out came through. And that is snipers trying to crawl back and overtake Arab GSG. That is a good play. Those small things count, and I will always, mention it. That is a good start by this team, and we just need even more, right? Like now that they've taken that early pressure, they can take it even further. And iKURD also, after a very decent game, will want to show Falcons why you can't just leave Picardo without a plan.
This is Falcons being caught on their rotation in, and we should be aware of this considering that Picardo is the central position of phase number 1, so when you do decide to rotate out here, particularly on the side towards Picardo Hill, you have to be aware that there could be teams setting up about this 9-minute mark into the game for the phase number 2 shift, and they get punished for that mistake in rotation specifically, losing one player already, as the zone will go for a hard shift all the way towards the northwestern side. And this is where it gets interesting, because all of these teams, of course, on the east, on the south side, they're going to have to pile in, particularly entering into Picardo Hill itself. And this is where we not only test Falcons' decisive rotations, but also iKURD's net position on that hill too.
I think this circle is harsh in the sense that it still complements the playing path. So you're entering the area that teams have probably already set up, and just testing these teams, like knowing how to scout once again. And Alpha Legends, they use their usual drop spot, right? Al-Azhar, but leaving like that side, you need some plans as well. As you see, GSG actually found a very good, blow up vehicle. They blew up the they blew up Captain's car, and Captain's all the way towards the back, so that will force Alpha Legends to say, hey, you know what, we can't come back to support this. It may be a lot harder, but Jody wants to try anyway, and GSG is exactly like taking out the person that they want to, but that is also the smokes coming through. Alpha Legends will have that pickup after it. GSG unable to capitalize after the good decision of choosing a time.
It does use up some utility, and I know that's stretching it, but it does use up some utility of smokes. It buys up time, more specifically of Alpha Legends, to make that rotation through, to save their stuck teammate. Unfortunately for RICO Infinity team, though, they have been found by Falcons. Revenge for them will find their own scout. RICO Infinity team down a player as well, making the 3-on-3 around a power grid, but inside power grid, it is RICO Infinity team that control it. And this is also a specific decision from RICO Infinity team to send NASR down towards those hills, and that interests me more, that you now only have 2 players to control this compound that is very breachable by multiple squads, and is in a very desirable position more so here inside the second phase.
And it's so tricky to split around power grid as well. Like, how do you get the decent support coming through? The structures of the building suggest that it's pretty hard to rotate between covers. And then, but RICO Infinity team are trying to pull off a very, very aggressive and big split, and they just need to, have all these support plans in place. Otherwise, they can just have this spot taken away very easily.
That's why it surprises me as well that they go for the scout, because with your big split, you surely have more awareness of the vision around you. Because you are so split around each other, you have more ground that you can cover. So question marks above why they do, of course, lose one of their players early on to Falcons, maybe not assuming that there would be a player there. Nevertheless, that zone is on the map for every one of these teams to see. Is particularly also around a San Martin plateau. That is where I also love when it comes to Miramar, this map in particular, this space in particular. In YaLLa, they're going to be the ones to overlook that.
Still, very, very tricky. Some of these teams know the trickiness of entering the circle. Maybe that's the reason why they're tanking. Galaxy Racer alongside RT9 both went very far east, right? Impala, Puerto Paraiso. Now they need to heal up and then find a spot in there. This is the typical, bloodbath type of plateau play. You're focusing on one team, and then there's always a team that will pull up from behind.
But power grid is now that more favorable position for much more teams to take, and that's why I'm so questioning the positioning still from RICO Infinity team. Because as soon as that zone pops, you assume that they come together, and now that they have, they've stopped YaLLa on the rotation in from the north side for now, but it's a 2-on-4 situation because they still have to keep one player back, and that's why you now only see the third man rotation coming in. And yes, they're at a man disadvantage, but YaLLa, they have had this time to breach it because RAT were initially slow on the rotation in, and that could have been their chance, but now, as we say, too late for YaLLa to do so. They have to back off, and they've also abandoned that position over on that San Martin plateau to do so. So a big loss for YaLLa as a whole.
And but you know what? You just need to adapt around it. There's so many ridges around Power Grid that you can control, and I believe that the momentum from the game before can carry over here. They've been able to get some decent points as well in some of these games, but Real Tiger 9 definitely lucky considering that they can come into here without getting contested, but Galaxy Razor has been waiting. They've been waiting for someone to come in here without preparation, and then Ramp will get knocked out because of that lowered guard.
Ramik gonna get lost and found by Galaxy Racers, but NASR joining in as a third party. Immediately into the compound, Galaxy Racers went for RT9, but they got another squad on board with them. They might have bitten off more than they can chew as they look to try and make the initial revives. They did lose 2 members, saving RT9 as well. More importantly, Jigsaw overlooking Galaxy Racer, trying to find a shot, but that ridgeline just keeping him safe for now.
Tricky position here, like just using the info that's available to you, but at the same time needing to assess the other weak side, because these are rich play. You will lose priority in the center if you can't take it well, but we have Galaxy Racer actually alleviating pressure using those knocks from the nades.
NASR had lost a player on the roofs to Batika. Losing their awareness on top means that this buys space, this buys more time for Galaxy Racer, but they lost their 2 players on the attempt to revive them. They do take out one of the NASR team, but they also lose another, bringing it to the solo of Max Cash. But what can the Fragger do? Max Cash sends an emergency smoke in, tries to find them through the hallway, but there's just too many of them for now. Galaxy Racer get eliminated, down in last position. A disappointing second game now for them. RT now 9 trying to capitalize on what has been a very hectic fight, but giving time and freedom to NASR to make the revives. Yes, they find one with Ramik on the grenade through to Tekko, but they will back off for now. The 2 players in the Jeep as they rotate back through to Jigsaw.
At least they made these small decisions really correctly. They put away on the side that they have someone to control. They've got an overwatch to alleviate the pressure and will have info to head in, but they have more distance to go. But at least that retreat plan, that balance is there, and Real Tiger 9 just need these basics done, and they are showing it for now.
But NASR could cut off Jigsaw. Jigsaw has some distance between the other 2 players, so this could be capitalized upon. Instead, they will not go for the escape because, of course, RT9, they pit stop beside the tree and they stop NASR in that attempt to cut off their 3rd player. Jigsaw will come through, as well as SCYTES will get taken down by Fate. Snipers also taking a fight versus Rad, as GSG on even further up against GUNZ. You do see, of course, one of those snipers members down on the lonesome, knocked to the wayside, but around GSG, they have much more bigger targets to focus on for now. It's GUNZ. They are in control of the hill, they're in control of the zone. In GSG, they have to find some way in.
Oh, Zoro with the much needed knock as well, taking out and knocking down the Overwatch player, and that is Frags needing to respond and set the formations differently and adjust because of that situation, but they did it straight away. We lost the Overwatch, let's tighten up our formation. We adjust, we continue the pressure, and this is why GUNZ is so good. But this is not done yet. The job of gatekeeping is still very much there.
Around GSG, they try to continue to solve the question of how to get into phase number 4, but they best do it quickly because look at that zone, it is closing in behind them. They do flush out that extra Overwatch player of Lord, so they do bring it to the 3-on-3, but Zoro immediately knocked in return. So GUNZ trade the 1-for-1, still Delhab on the offside, looking to continue to upset GSG. And from bad to worse, this may be GSG getting eliminated as this zone closes its final inches in towards the edge of zone. GSG will barely scoot their way in, but for how much longer can they survive?
And look at this split as well, so confident, and that is just brilliant coming from Radu, just knowing exactly how to find an off angle whilst very aware of Rat's position, and that is why GUNZ is the best team in this tournament so far.
The best team by 120 points here, no less, Tarzan. They are short, to say the least, dominating over the rest of this lobby. There's Rad also stuck behind a tree. The shots coming through on the edge. Sada will be able to survive for the meantime, but can Radu find the extra angle to eliminate this player? Still Rad pinned to the rock, pinned to the tree, pinned to the edge of that road as they make their way slowly inside the zone. They too will be gate kept for now.
Ooh. And that is GUNZ unwilling to give away the pressure as they fight their way in as well. But the ridge line may not be sufficient soon. But that is also Rat choking behind that same position because GUNZ just know it. They want to pinch them there, blew up their vehicle as they add pressure bit by bit.
Happy the Patron, the edge of it over that ridge line to the west will be where we end up this game, Tarzan. As you can see, many of these teams looking for that power position up towards the edge of the hillside. NASR as well going to fall on their entrance into zone. Not so lucky this time around, but the snipers, no relief of pressure for Rad as they continue to fight, but on behind it is Fate who come up with a double knock. Ragnarok will come up clutch as they send 2, now a third finally goes down, but the damage has been done in dividend to snipers. There is only one man standing left, that is Marco. Real Targanine will fall, maybe by some 1-point match for snipers, but they have to survive and they are on the edge of life to do so.
Oh, and Marco risked it when he didn't have to. This is looking dire for snipers when they knew the relief of the pressure from Fate was due to the third party from the city, but Marco still went down the hill in a very predictable path, and they are lucky that they still got that spot there and relying on the pressure and teams fighting each other on the southern side, and Falcons down to 1 player as well, but they have made it into the placement point range. Of course, another point coming through if Bomber can survive that. They got 5 kills in the back, and RICO Infinity team also found a spot that they can play off, but it's GUNZ that can look and control the whole western half.
GUNZ, they are trying to do just that as they make free the entrance, the first man inside. Falcons, they get eaten up by the blue zone, by the players. They will fall down in 8th. Alpha Legends as well have their own ridge line, but outside the blue zone, coming out of the plateau, we know how difficult this will be for them to continue their way downhill inside the open, especially with RICO Infinity team on their own entrance in, especially with GUNZ overlooking, Fate overlooking, HOTLINE overlooking these teams too.
And HOTLINE has a sweet spot. Like, they can control all the entrances coming from the south side, but they just need to, use that well, because last time I checked, like, HOTLINE doesn't, take these spots well, although it's been given to them. But that is also fate, like with a lot of confidence to say, let's finish this solo, as they watch the rest of the lobby to continue to fall, because 100 meters to go for Alpha Legends. The circle is now closing for phase 6.
We keep all 4 players for now as RICO and his team are reduced to the solo. Finally, one will be knocked as they continue the engage in. The rest of the vehicles get revved up. RTG on their own entrance in. They know that Alpha Legends, they had to go in. But that grenade! Tarzan, that grenade sends them all the hopes of RTG packing. Marshall will be executed by Moto. This is a hotline I wanted to see, and by golly, you said Hotline had a position in this zone. They are taking it.
I love that play, and I'll have to give it to them, because they really just took it. Oh, wait, hold that thought. Frags, GUNZ wants to kill Alpha Legends if they have already set it up, and what a clean kill. But they're down to a duo, but knowing it's GUNZ, I still think they can do it. But Hotline, continue with your point, man. Doing so much better with the split coming through. Everyone has a role and still able to trade. They've got that split. It's not easy to trade, but they made it count. 4 teams, 10 players. Everyone kind of have a spot in the circle.
10 kills through to GUNZ so far this game. They are by no means out of this game with 2 players. They could still entrance their way in. Prestige only gonna heal his way up, surely to his death. Surely someone will notice this guy crossing the road. You gotta think so. But how long will they be able to survive as they edge their way in to the edge of the zone? There's GUNZ overlooking them, Hotline overlooking them. Fate still up in this game with 3 players, but as you say, is Hotline with the 4. And with that overlook from Prestige, that might have sealed the deal for GUNZ as well. Picking them off one by one, the zone shifts away from everyone. And now it is Hotline in danger. Hotline, who had to cross the trickiest position inside this zone, but with the most players to do it.
I feel like this can still be a win for GUNZ, just because they've got a position to peek and shoot, and then they can rely on the side of Hotline and Fate to fight each other as well. And with the experience of this team, man, I feel like they can still pull it off, and they have a very close zone, and they've got a side that they can pick to play. This is going to be quite crazy, though.
Leif as well gets the vehicle blowing up. Leif now gonna be watching the teammate of Asawi get pinned, get knocked. GUNZ going to still fight it out, still look to frag it out as Fate. They made the first entrance in. They're going down. Hotline losing Moto surely as well. This is disaster for the other 2 teams beside GUNZ as Fate obliterate through Hotline with a double knock. The vehicle blows them both up. Leif goes back in under the rock. The only protection for them. Grenade falls short for now. It's Hotline. Only Thanos left. The blue zone engulfing them. GUNZ still in danger. This could be Fate's game. Hotline, they will fall down in 3rd. Hamodi falling down to the edge of the blue zone. Heals her way back up. Shoots them down. And Fate still in trouble. 1 member left of the reef. The grenade goes in wide. Asawi Leif trying to crawl their way in. That grenade will barely miss them both. As it will be the revive surely coming through for now. Asawi goes back in the other side of the smoke to try buy some time. Will buy the shots, will buy the space for Fate to make that second man revive in. But more grenades get packed in to the punch of Fate in the smoke. Late, there's nothing left, and GUNZ surely take this game. Yes, they do.
They are so good. I have nothing to say. They're not scared at all. Like, they know the situation. Look at the kill feed. They put pressure wherever they went. And that is the power, of this squad. The individual plays came through, just numbers advantage. Push it. With the split as well. Just appreciate it. Just savor it and just learn from these players. But what a brilliant win from them. 9 chicken dinners now in the Super Weekends.
There is a reason, Tarzan, why they are the only team to break now 500 points. But to understand exactly where the rest of these other teams have ended up, of course, we will head our way through towards the break, and then we will be back with you in just a short second. Welcome everyone back to the PMPL Arabia, the final day of the Super Weekend, here with myself and Professor Tarzan, but also a big thanks to our sponsor, Nemo TV, the official media partner of PUBG Mobile Pro League, National Cup and Campus Championship in 2021. But overall, when we think about big stuff, it was GUNZ who brought now a second place and a chicken dinner to the table, and they are looking ready for some big, fat, juicy desserts in the third match.
You know what? The interesting thing is how they can carry that momentum into the finals. I know we're not there yet, but we are so scared, sometimes see some of these teams to say, hey, we get wrapped up and then the next week they're like, where are you now? We've got those issues in the past, but the way that GUNZ's been playing, this is many, many games through a good amount, 3 weeks of domination. So what a lovely way, to finish the game as a duo as well, living with sliver of health every time they peek and challenge those shots as well. So, the gods on their side as well for this one, for taking just a little bit more prize money if there's not enough already.
Taking so many kills as well through that game. They battled their way, to say the least, through multiple teams when it came from GSG, when it came from Rad, and also taking out HOTLINE and Fade towards the end. And I love the way that they pressured as well in that end game stage, Tarzan. The way they used those grenades it had saved to stop the revives coming through, to stop Fate from being able to set up a position against them as we do move through to the match stats.
30-point game. I feel like we would have such a bigger reaction if it's not this team, but because they've done it so many times, we are not surprised anymore. But it's nice to see that Fate showing up when they were considerably, low in that leaderboard all along, but they are bouncing back more and more. We mentioned how this could be a hard map for them, but they are proving us wrong from yesterday's chicken dinner as well as this brilliant game 2. And HOTLINE, much needed points for them. Speaking of points, we can't forget about the Snipers and Arab GSG, still very close on the standings and both still juggling those single-digit points.
Oh man, close for the wrong reasons, so being so low on those standings, Tarzan, as it was again here. GUNZ, the top damage of the game. This time we were at 2,500 damage points delivered, and those 15 kills coming home to them. But HOTLINE, this was a big game from them, and especially where HOTLINE came off of a 16th place finish in Erangel to bag themselves that 3rd place overall. So we do head our way over into these Oppo moments and get to see exactly how this came into fruition. And this was all over that start of Picado Hill, and it ended around the edge of that Picado Hill as well.
And you know what? I love the initiative coming from iKURD, but like these sort of action, if they didn't time it well, it can backfire into an area that's so hard to enter. But it seems like they've done some homework and slowed down the Falcons in those early games. But this game's domination is just GUNZ through and through. Like from one side, like they know how to play every position.
They knew how to play every position, and even when they lost Lord, even when they lost their extra player to flank so many teams off at the backside, they adapt immediately, and this adaptiveness is what is needed, as we said, coming into the start of the second game from every team, in GUNZ showing up that in tenfold out of this match overall. Even when Prestige got the knock, sending GUNZ to a solo, you thought maybe this is Fate's time to shine, but HOTLINE shut them down, and then GUNZ shut down HOTLINE, and of course GUNZ shut down Fate to take the chicken dinner win, albeit it was a valiant effort from Leif, who was pulling Fate into that second place all that end game.
It was so tough to watch. Like HOTLINE, they held the compound better, yes, but they could have done a lot more. They've got a numbers advantage. They can leave at least 2 players behind to see how to control the other team's Overwatch better. But GUNZ just used their landscape and used it well, and so aggressive when it mattered, as they backed themselves 30 points, 2,566 points there at damage there, and dominating as ever.
Dominating is the only word it can be used to describe this team overall. I feel that GUNZ, they are like so on the next level. It's hard to explain, but it's so on the next level compared to so many of these other teams, and they find the perfect execution and the decisiveness in the rotations, in the play from this team is something that should really be analysed and looked up, especially from the teams who are still fighting down on the bottom, like Arab GSG, like Snipers, of course, who are so close in between. But as we look at that MVP player of the match, no surprise to see that it was Freak, who with over that 1,000 damage, with those 7 knocks, 7 confirmed kills, every time they found one, they eliminated them. So strong as a fragger.
Just very efficient. Like, didn't take time to open fire when it doesn't matter. Strike when it's really going to transition into something. You could see like the game plan going through the different phases was just so good. I think one thing that really set them apart, and this needed, if you guys anyone who's watching wants to be at the high level, they play like as if it doesn't bother them that they've lost 2 players in that mid game. They just kept playing like to the best, knowing their abilities. Insane.
They played like they had a full squad at the end. The aggressiveness, throwing in those grenades, throwing in the power position they had on that ridge line. They used every inch of it to take down a full squad and a trio, even though they had a solo knock one of their 2 players in the back. And to repeat how difficult that is, and I think only GUNZ have been able to really pull that off overall in this tournament. But as we disembark off the GUNZ hype train, we do have to look at still the fact that they are also ascending their way in the ranks. And an impressive day yesterday, possibly an impressive day, the start of that today, could actually see them continue to rise up and could continue with really good games to come, even see them in that top 8 position and challenging the likes even of that middle table like RT9, like Galaxy Racer, like even SCYTES, who are slowly falling down.
You know what? Like, we're sometimes comparing that point average, right? Like, so we've got a good number of teams who have played 27 games so far. So those who played 2 super weekends, SUDOR is up there, right? So they've got a decent spot. Falcons way above the rest of the other teams who played 27 games so far. The progression of Fate can be seen from the fact that they are only 14 points behind Galaxy Racer. Like, Galaxy Racer has been that team who made it to, once they've got their first super weekend, they've been popping off quite a bit, right? Quiet down a little bit in this third one, so you can see how, but they still done pretty well. They've got good days like yesterday, above average in that leaderboard, in that pack of that table. But Fate grabbing more and more big games here, and then really joining up in terms of that. If we look at the point average as well, heading back to a very healthy amount.
And it is that challenge between that 8th and 9th position where we think, well, iKURD currently sat in that 8th position, SCYTES now on the edge of 9th, but SCYTES haven't been having good games so far. So that's what is interesting about not only who qualifies and who gets eliminated, but also the sense of who can make it to that top 8, who can really prove themselves in getting as high up as they can. Because as we mentioned, it's that mentality part of it where you think, yes, we were able to make that top 8, or no, we were just actually clinched off of that. We need to prove ourselves instead once more in the finals.
Hard to see, like, the sort of Rad, like, making, some bigger showings as well. There's something about this squad, like, on this particular map, that is worrying. I feel like they've used a Sanhok style, like over here, and they are not that safe in there, but you know what, below them, RGSG still a bit further than we thought. As we look into the table, and we will understand what we mean. But like you did mention, GUNZ heading into the 500 point range, absolutely insane lead right there.
They could effectively, with 3 more really good games, even contest that 600 points. And I know that is a long stretch to say. They would need absolutely standout games, but they've had good games so far, and if these games continue to increase the way they have gone, that is very possible for them to do. As RICO Infinity Team, they are still even just trying to muster 400 points to escape Alpha Legends behind them. NASR as well, and RTG just 1 point in between them, between 4th and 5th. But is that 9th and 10th, 11th positions are also tight here. Only 10 points between those teams, and all 3 of them looking to try and make their way up on that leaderboard, particularly because, of course, that other team in 8th aren't playing.
And we just can't let go of the storyline of fighting for that spot of qualification between the Snipers and Arab GSG, a 2-point difference. So we came into today with 1 point difference, and now it's 2, and we've got 3 more games to go. It's hard to imagine being any of these 2 teams, and I still think, like, I will stick with what I said before game 1. Studying this particular team and hunting them down may work. I think it will pay off, but who knows what they prepared from yesterday.
I think that if you take down one team and then you get a good game off the back of it, like say Arab GSG taking out snipers or vice versa. When you think of then in Sanhok having a good game, you get 20 or so points, you create also that gap between the other opponent that provides you also a safety net if they then get a good game and they then start to challenge their way up top. Is not so scary because you've already been able to give yourself some leeway going into those final 2 games later on. And it is so important, I think, to do that now potentially rather than later, because if you do that now and on the other hand it doesn't work out, then you still at least have 2 games to go. Whereas if you do that on the second to last game, that's nowhere near the way to do it, because you are also risking the fact that you don't stand any chance back by going into the last game, or if you do it in the last game as well, you might already be too far behind.
I think Sanhok also is about the map, right? Sanhok is a perfect map to cause some disruption to the teams that you want to target down. And yes, like you want to balance between going all in for that 4v4 with a particular team that you want to break. But let's use this idea, right? I would just say, how about set up enough trap to kill just one player from that particular squad, and then you just retreat and you make your presence known. You get into the head to say, God, we've given a kill to this particular team, and then you start to panic and you automatically play a bit worse when the other team that got that 1 kill would just say, we made a point, and they continue with that momentum. So you know what, let's see whether it will happen, because we are ready to head into the jungle of Sanhok.
Ready to head in onto that beautiful Renault 5 as always. Board to win. Welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your game mode on with the much loved Renault 5 series, and that playing path already hitting out hard between these teams. A very, very western playing path, meaning that all of these teams going to more likely than not be congested on that southwest island, on that northwest island, on the outskirts of that main island itself. And depending on where that zone now goes, it could either be a very dangerous zone or a zone that complements these teams.
Yeah, we could see some priority going around like Tapmok, Cow, Paradise, and it was a very tricky area to play, and we've seen it in day 1 of the Super Weekend at least. And but now that is nowhere close to and it could be boot camp. And you know what? Yes, I'm ready for that, because like you want to fight, like you want to show your fans what you made of, you want to make a statement one more time. Bootcamp 4v4. Seems like we're going to get that once again between Galaxy Racer and YaLLa Esports.
Oh man, get your pen and paper ready. You better jot down who you're predicting to get the top of this leaderboard when it comes to the boot camp showdown. YaLLa, Galaxy Racer up against it once again. YaLLa, it's time opting though to, instead of jump straight down into the lobster building like Galaxy Racer have done, going to surround Galaxy Racer as a result. They're going to look to try pincer them inside the center of the compound.
And I love this. I love this adaptation. Like, you can still take a fight, but observe a different style. Practice it and try to pull it up. And you could see that is YaLLa landing some shots in there. But iKURD knows. Like, you could see they are on the bootcamp hill already on the south side, and they know that bootcamp is always going to get a bit busy. So that is iKURD set up in here, trying to get info and trying to pick off whoever is not aware of this weak side towards the south.
YaLLa already, they're backing off in the fight. They're looking to try control their warehouses. And this feels that these 2 teams over the course of the tournament are playing a much more efficient, much more speedier game of how they've always played it. Where at the start of the tournament, you would see that team who won go towards these warehouses, but it would be a much later point, about 8-9 minutes in the game, where you would actually be contested by teams coming along the coastal line, as we can expect to see that once more based on how this zone has gone. But already in the 2.5 minute mark, YaLLa already over there. They're already setting up their position and understanding that they are preparing for those teams moving along that coastal line.
And I love that adaptation from YaLLa, because if I were them, I would use the fact that iKURD has always taken that southern bootcamp hill, right? So we are looting the outskirts of bootcamp, making Galaxy Racer low on resource. I know it's still bootcamp, right? But slightly lower in resource. We will set up choke points on that north side and even that eastern side and let iKURD do their work in the south. So suddenly you are not head on into that fight, but you are making it harder for Galaxy Racer in the later phases. And I love this coming from YaLLa. As you can see, that adaptation coming through, controlling that southeastern exit point.
Oh man, they're scooting their way all over the bootcamp compound. They're stopping Galaxy Racer from every which angle to be able to escape for the meantime. But YaLLa, they're setting up shop elsewhere. They're setting up shop towards a more central part of that main island, continuing the looting phase, trying to get every inch of material they can to set this fight in the best possible start. But YaLLa, this is worrying for the fact is also moving around so much. They're allowing other teams to know their position early on as well. And like you mentioned, iKURD already understanding that YaLLa have made those rotations in, maybe could also switch their position to the other end of Bootcamp Hill, and they might actually be able to pick off that one or two members of YaLLa in the latest parts of this game.
I think the issue with YaLLa making this adaptation is for them to understand that having all four players on that same compound is detrimental. Like, they need someone to open up the pass from behind, because there's high grounds upon high ground and some dips in between and those rocks that someone can really get into in a very stealthy way. So I would love to, if they continue to play that spot, I would love to see them expanding their control, the continuing into that southeastern pocket, and still making presence on that same compound against bootcamp. And but speaking of presence, Arab GSG has very minimal presence on the Sanhok map, and when we got to this point, right, where every point matters, they really need to set it up, because like snipers, when we talk about their big games, like of course they've got one yesterday, but before that, one of the bigger games were on Sanhok, right? So Arab GSG has the statistics goes against them when they want to beat out the snipers here.
I feel that Arab GSG, we actually got to look at their specific standings on Sanhok, and it just wasn't good overall. And I think that this, if any, is a day to be able to change it. And it's particularly when you say that you want to take out snipers, you want to be able to overtake them when it comes to points. And yes, actually, here we come, because look at RTG. I have to hold my point, because the one-on-one trade for now, but Chaos is the extra player. They sneakily take out one member of that rotation. The scout has gone down. Marshall will not be taken, will not be found by Chaos for now. And RTG, they might have found their captain in an awkward position on their lonesome as they enter in the door. Straight bang! Surprise! Says Marshall. And that is not a surprise. You won. Captain claims another 2 decisive kills. You know, RTG already had to pull from the fight.
I love those plays coming through. Like, for a lot of people, they'll be like, oh, you're a camper or something. No, it was using the info from the rest of his teammates from Alpha Legends to say someone's running into that compound. He stopped his movement straight away, restricting his audio keys, and would just use that patience game and would just take down the other enemy who's caught off guard. And that is exactly how you need to play this game, right? And that is Alpha Legends up with 2 kills already, and those are the only 2 kills that happen in this game so far.
I go back to my point here earlier. It was actually Arab GSG, and we understand these are very minimal points so far by both of these teams in both games so far. But Arab GSG, they took that first game over the Snipers, created that 6-point lead, but then Snipers had come back. Arab GSG slipped on Miramar, and they're able to now bring it just to that 2-point deficit. And as we say, this is a game in the middle point, in the middle half of all 5 so far today, that this is the most important time than ever to create a lead, because it's so good to be able to find that lead, but that lead extending even more for Alpha Legends, as it will be another to fall down. But Chaos now, also the second of Jody falling through. Volt will confirm the 2 kills, and they just can't quite take that second fight. Katz and Kaito were not there. And now they have to settle as a duo.
I feel like the momentum got to them, and they did something that is really disrespectful. Like coming up into this area, someone can literally stay there and just third person peek you. And with those, they got themselves into an unresettable position, very hard to watch. I'm talking about the Overwatch. It's not just them making a big mistake. So that is, Alpha Legends doing something that we can't like accept at this level of play, and just using that card there and losing it at the same time. So waiting for that circle to pop as well, but for sure we see snipers playing the healing game. I think split big along that coastal line for every first aid they can find, and I do not disagree with that. Now that they just need to get points to beat Arab GSG.
But to get points to start that healing strategy already, that is a risky decision. Yes, you say looting up, but they're already consuming the healing that they are gathering by being in the blue zone. It would make much more sense to try edge your way slowly into phase number 2. I understand that their position is quite tricky when you edge your way into then Quarry. We understand how hard it is to be able to navigate around Quarry. You cannot go through it. You either get pinned, you get deleted. With Arab GSG, they look to be doing the same though. They also look to be just going for these placement points. As NASR will be holding up onto HOTLINE. We find the initial knock, but they also, HOTLINE will return one straight back onto Marshall. Thanos gets lit up down to half HP as NASR now butcher their way in with a second knockdown. Batika will slay Thanos and be able to get their way into the compound, get their way into cover, and now it gets all the much more harder for HOTLINE, barely dodging out that grenade as NASR Nabo will also join it fray.
And Thanos made a huge mistake. When you are the off-angle player, your peak and your trigger discipline has to be supreme. Your whole formation and the whole plan will not work if you've been lost. The whole fight will go from very three-dimensional into very linear, and this is how HOTLINE has lost their ground right here. Very hard, too far to grab that revive even, and so NASR will continue to have that numbers advantage as well as positional advantage.
NASR, they are holding on for now, but this is still HOTLINE in control of the compound, albeit on the edge. They also have the cover to be able to disengage the fight with the vehicle if need be. NASR, they're slowly but surely going to clear their way out, and this is how long HOTLINE wish to hold on for now. You can even see Mumbai being that now new off-angle player on the back line. Thanos will continue to slowly take away. It's a revive does need to come through eventually. Mumbai, I do believe, has made that out, so we'll be up to the 4 players. Excuse me, yes, you can see Thanos has been revived. That is core in this fight. Is NASR still with that 2-2 split, however?
Tricky. I think it's tricky in terms of how HOTLINE needs to kind of continue with a different split in a little bit of a stalemate. Like these two positions cannot be for long. Like when the circle shifts, like Oma and the and his like teammate here, Malta will just be sprayed from the northern side. That's a very typical cliff for teams to play, and this is NASR like forcing HOTLINE into a tricky situation, and we need to wait to see the circle coming through soon, and then these two teams is very likely to need to shift. But maybe I have kind of jinxed it. So many possibilities still. Falcons using the quiet northwestern island to survive so far.
Okay, but my concern here is iKURD, because the zone shifts towards them, but Tarzan, the all too amateur mistake of they have not moved off of where we started on Boot Camp Hill. They have not got really that much loot. And my also concern is, can they now hold off R8T, who has been looting up all game through Painan, has now moved their way up towards them. Yes, they have the optimal position at the high ground, but they are quickly going to find themselves surrounded.
You could see, like, Caliga got 0 boost and 0 meds, not a single bandage. And you made your point there, like, from that happening. I've seen teams who can use that properly, but when you have no plan B, like, to grab more resources, then you have to have optimal trigger discipline. But with first of RT9 may face losing a second player.
RT9, they are under the extreme fire of SCYTES, and they say, you will not get to the 8th position. We will hold on to 9th. We will try butcher our way past SUDOR and into that 8th position ourselves, as now Volt is on the run. Heals his way back up. Surprise on the flank side. Can they maybe find a brood? This could be risky. Volt has to hold on for every single second they can. Surprise still crawling their way in. Edge is up, has eyes on Phobia, but doesn't make the shots just now. And by holding on, this is buying time for Volt now to be able to be surrounded. And if they wait too long, Volt will be lost. Surprise still going in for the fight. But for how long can Surprise hold on? Does he even want to take this fight? Should be a no. Surprise should be getting out of here while they still have the chance.
Well, Surprise was for sure trying to give the side of SCYTES a surprise, like a different and completely different angle when he tried to open fire, but did not land his shots. And now he needs to get the hell out. And he opened fire in this position that is resettable, so that is good. As he finds a different one, using the ridgeline to maneuver, he is not scared at all.
That is a crucial knock for now, but it is a 1v4 situation. The big grenade not going to be able to land straight through on to finish that kill off. Surprise will be found. They will be pinned to the tree. We'll have to reset that ridgeline, the only thing that is saving them. But all the meanwhile, there are still teams around. They cannot move. They cannot navigate wide at all as the revive will come through from SCYTES. And it just turns back into this 1v4 situation.
And he continues to use the ridgeline to rotate as well. And this is like SCYTES needing to hold that one down. But Surprise is just playing with fire. Like, if they know, like, to be fair, let's say it this way. Why isn't SCYTES trying to put more pressure, you know, to force Surprise to go into positions that he needs to eventually lose his life? But the first team that's down to 1 player, and we have the circle slowly happen. I feel like it may be a quarry finish. And it's going to be so tricky if it's shift towards those hills, because there's so many uphills and with minimal cover heading into the southeastern side.
Well, if SCYTES had the awareness of that kill feed, they would have actually realized that it is only Surprise remaining, and they could have, as you say, pushed that much, much harder to finish off that solo player. But albeit they still will just continue their road in as that zone does shift back over towards the edge of Painan. Still on the main island, is RICO Infinity team going to strike first onto iKURD in this new shift, as iKURD will lose Aza. And this is the problem we talked about, of iKURD stuck on the bootcamp hill. There's really no way to get themselves out with minimal loot to be able to navigate their way around, and his team's already closing around them. They have all now found in the situation, how do we survive? And surviving is exactly what you can see snipers are doing. Still in quarry, still trying to edge their way in as slow as possible for these placement points, but still no team has fallen. All 16 teams alive to this 17-minute mark.
The number of first days the snipers have are very, very low for the players that I've seen on screen. I feel like they've all picked up first days and all gave it to the same person to get those, you know, placement points. They kind of is wise for them to do that as well, because they need to push it in for a very weird side. But Galaxy Razor have not left bootcamp, now getting challenged by Rad.
They're getting destroyed by Rad Tars, and it's what's happening. Rocks on the outside gets found and deleted by the outside members of Rad 2. Now Max Cash tries to find a Fen Doctor 1v4 solo, but it's not going to be enough. Galaxy Racers, your first team out. Galaxy Racer for the 3rd game in a row. Disappointing result coming through for them. Falcons also navigating their way in. Also stuck inside the blue zone. GSG coming outside of Painan Bridge. The more tricky rotation, because yes, Zora has come across, but what can Rex do to be able to navigate their way out the bridge as well? And now as Zoro gets knocked, this is disaster for GSG and all what the snipers will need.
Oh, and with not enough resources as well. That is GSG, coming in a circle from the side that you need proactiveness, but they were not able to do that. And that is the issue right now. And it's all about the points between them and the side of the snipers. And the snipers can literally just take a lead upon GSG just by the heal strat.
They've got one player, as you can see, inside Quarry, still looking for the healing, still looking for the med kits. As the rest of the 3 players will venture their way inside the zone. On their adventure, they will go even further towards the center of that zone as it shifts all the way over towards RICO and Fanatic team. Still Bootcamp Hill in play, and that is great for iKURD, but still a difficult decision of these players. They're going to continue still, nevertheless, to come around, and Falcons as well are pressing onto Fate. RTG non-able to handle the heat, as NASR will also slay the members of HOTLINE, as they will lose members as well. iKURD 2v1 against Leif. Currently Leif making 0 sound cues, still 0 audio cues, holding in tight to the edge of this zone. iKURD know their position here, found them, and Leif will be executed. iKURD will find a kill, and iKURD will continue their pick and continue their assault down the hill and into the zone.
And that's great awareness to clear what's behind. And that is Fate also having a bit of a big split, but Rex as well. 0 resources. No, got the first 8 from his teammate. May be able to get into 1 placement point range, but that may not be enough. This center is controlled by RICO Infinity team. And then Alpha Legends with the last player, I believe, in the circle as well. YaLLa controlling the other side, and Arab GSG slowly losing the spot.
You know that snipers as well are playing for these placement points. Both of these teams know how important this game is and how crucial it is to survive, and the chaos that will ensue as these teams get caught in around a zone. iKURD finally get wiped. Due time comes their mistake, as it will be YaLLa now coming through with the kills onto NASR, but Da is in a dangerous spot themselves, playing with their own fire. Is SCYTES still on the edge, 1 HP, 1 player remaining. YaLLa losing 1, NASR losing 1 for the meantime. RICO Infinity team on the outside of the zone, still staying alive, still staying in control, as HOTLINE will next to fall. GUNZ as well going to fall down just a freak. That's a big drop for them. Rad as well going to be eliminated, and this is all about the placement points. That's a beautiful grenade from Da. Another triple kill, sending a team out of the lobby. SCYTES go bye-bye as Falcons will continue their move in. Fate continuing their move in now as well, but on the outside of the zone, they had to bypass through Alpha Legends. Alpha Legends do not shoot for now. Fate still have frags, so they still have guns to deal with on the outside. They have the 4 shed protect them for the meantime. Fate, we talked about them being on the off angle. They have now met the wrath of snipers, but keep in mind there is that still that solo player of snipers alive, so they keep snipers in the game, although the push in was done. They had to survive with those 19 first aid meds, but can it be enough? Around GSG will also be eliminated, and this is how long snipers can survive Tarzan. Every single point they can muster is an advantage.
And GUNZ as well, like down to, we've got 6 teams and 11 players. That is how important it is to play these solo games, because I believe RICO Infinity team still got a numbers advantage using that compound, and the snipers still healing. That is onto the 13th first 8, and they can realistically take almost double-digit points.
This is the snipers play. The heads up. You've been saying that all competition, Tarzan. The healing strat is victorious when it comes to Sanhok, and you see it in effect now, coming up so clutch for them. But the piece has now set onto the Sanhok jungle as Fate almost getting shot down. Ragnarok will survive, but not for long. Falcons straight inside the center. Boomper will Goomba stomp them out of the game. Fate Esports now also going to fall alongside, possibly Falcons alongside them, as RICO Infinity Team have pressed their way into zone themselves, but there is nowhere to hide. RICO Infinity Team will get eliminated. Falcons now next on the menu by NASR, as NASR want a piece of this too. GUNZ will fall as well, and Snipers still alive. Finally, now in the top 3. This is the point racking up. The points coming possibly to NASR. Gonna take this fight on to Falcons. The grenades coming through won't land onto NASR just yet. Falcons are burning. Falcons are down to 1 player. KWT, 1 more to fall to make it second for the Snipers. How much do the Snipers have left, though, Tarzan, as NASR continue the assault? The rain on the grenades. NASR holding on for now.
Down to the Banjas just now. Seems like they've made it far enough, though. 10 points just from placement. And that is down to that 1v2. NASR trying to show up. They want to continue. They want to go back to the dominance of week 1. But Falcons are the actual week 1 champions because they were not just the league play win. They got it in the Super Weekend. KWT trying to heal their way up. NASR should be able to take this one.
NASR for sure going to be able to take this one unless a miracle comes through from KWT. The zone going to eat him up. There he goes. A bullet in his chest will send him packing. NASR take the 3rd chicken dinner. And what a game this was for NASR. Such a difficult zone to end us off on Sanhok, where, of course, it was the big brain plays, albeit from the Snipers, who earned them the most advantageous position overall, I would say.
I feel like that was what I was waiting for. I know Snipers were not scared to take the healing strat, and then I know if you are really dedicated to do it with a little bit of studying of the map, you can find so many first aids to make it to top 3. If you didn't lag out in the game, it shouldn't be a problem. So GSG needs to catch up now. Like, it's so crazy to say that, man, but like down to 2 games and we are down to single digits very, very soon.
Oh man, Arab GSG, they are kicking themselves as what they're doing for missing out on that second Super Weekend, but they gotta pay the price and they're gonna make it through to the top past the Snipers now as we move our way over to a break, as we will break down later on exactly how much we need to catch up.
checking my phone and your happy being alone and got you on my mind. You always on my mind.
3 matches down, 2 matches to go for the final day of the Super Weekend here in PMPL Arabia. My name is Silent Wolf, joined by, of course, Professor Tarzan, and it is hyping up to be an exciting one where the snipers played for the placement points and they overtake now Arab for GSG on the standing, still undetermined who will be eliminated between the two teams.
I kind of want to do some quick maths here. I want to know how many points our GSG is averaging, as I don't do quick maths, just going to rely on the calculator on this one. 122 points from those 28 games, so they're averaging around 4.4 points, right? But they have 7 points to chase, so they have to be at least on par with their average, while snipers get 0 points for them to chase. But you know what? If we play around maps like that, is incredibly scary. If they see it as, you know, that one chance to pop off and just come in, like just charge through like a big hero, you know, then that would be a way, you know, to really do it in such a nice fashion, you know, make it clean, like make it cool, man.
Make it cool. That is the decision that they've got to make, and that is the decision that they have to take. Because, as we say, it's only 2 games to go, Tarzan. And around GSG, with snipers playing the map right, they now have the onus on them to be able to claw this one back themselves. Because it is between these 2 teams, as we say, to get eliminated, but also to look at the top, where it was in the match stats, as we see here, NASR, who took the chicken dinner, and Falcons, who grabbed 2nd position, but both tied, considering the Falcons got more kills. GUNZ also there in 3rd position, getting those 15 points. But it is all about the snipers in the storylines right now. It is all about who will be that 16th team, as we say, to make it. But albeit also who will be that 8th team to make it, as SCYTES also grabbing those 7 points.
It's good for them, because we talked about how if you got those points, mostly from kill points, there's some, you know, association between that and momentum. Feeling like, oh, I've killed enough, you know, enemies. It makes you have a bit of a more, you know, satisfaction through that process, right? And so SCYTES can still go up. Rad has got some kill points, but you can see like those circles just so hard. If you don't have the body advantage in there, it will be so tricky. RTG, yet the only team, by the way, the only team that hasn't had a chicken dinner in those who can still get into finals.
It is crazy to think that RTG, they are still so high up, but they are not taking a chicken dinner. And the fact that they are the 2nd highest team going into today, reminder, they had the 2nd highest most placement points going into this final series of matches, but still haven't found a chicken dinner. That is what amazes me, because when you think of a team that are just above them going into today by 70 odd points, it was GUNZ, the only one above them. But GUNZ, as we know, they're the ones that were starting today with 8 chicken dinners, so that is understandably why they are so far ahead of them. But surprising still that RTG nevertheless still to pick up a win themselves.
I feel like they are also, the reason why I said that is like RTG being a decent squad when it comes to the point average, when they haven't had the chance to taste, you know, winning $1,000 from winning one game, they never understand maybe how it feels like to be in the PMPL. And if they had that experience, if they can still get the experience in the coming 2 games, it can be, you know, a sort of a motivation in the way that we may not be able to see until the actual finals.
It might be to the finals before we get to see them have a chicken dinner, but there's still 2 more games to go. Keep in mind that they could be grabbing that chicken dinner nevertheless. And also 2 more games to see who will be able to make it inside that top 8, more importantly, because as we understand, SUDOR, of course, not playing in this Super Weekend means that they have slipped down from the top 8. A new position has been available to these teams, and it was SCYTES who ended up with those 7 points in that previous game, but also it is the teams behind them, like RT9, who will be looking to climb there themselves.
RT9, they still, hard to say what they've done right that game. I feel like the little bit of thing that could have gone right was Surprise taking a surprising angle, but they did try to contest or control an area that they didn't really know how to hold better. But the good news is no more Sanhok for these 2 games, but they should be in the clear for finals and need to start working. Right? So I think still we are looking on. Let's hype it up, shall we? I feel like it's Snipers and Arab GSG in this. The rest are just testing some things, and mostly, let's say, their focus will be getting another chicken dinner.
Getting another chicken dinner, possibly. Still $2,000 up for grabs here, Tarzan, for these teams. Never mind who gets into the finals. And of course, if you can grab that win, you get 1,000 to yourselves, to your team. And I mean, when we look at that chicken dinner overall score, and we think about GUNZ as well, $9,000. That is, I believe, more than what even the first place would get in prize money when it comes to the PMPL finals. That is how much money they have already racked up for themselves.
Insane. But very well deserved, though, because the way to win involves so many of those small things, and so many times it's down to 1 or 2 players. And we talked about this main thing. This mental block for a lot of these teams to think, oh, I have to start playing so passive and need to survive when I've lost 1, 2 players, or even 3. But they don't give a damn, man. They just come in and say, we still need to win it. What can I do to win it? It's every small thing to build towards that. And that is how they've gotten all those chicken dinner by no surprise. It's not by accident. They don't rely on luck. And that is why they are so good.
So good indeed. But also, who will join them at the top when it comes to the finals? And that's what I'm interested in, because when we look at the rest of that standings just further down, of course, yes, it's RICO Infinity Team and Alpha Legends who are challenging for that 2nd place. But then we also look at the likes of Falcons, who has slipped, and also paving the way there for both RTG as well to join in on that top 5. As we discussed RTG and we discussed Falcons previously, we're still to discuss, I think, Alpha Legends, the other team who are still in that top 3, in how they have been faring over the course of this tournament, because this veteran experience and coming in as probably the most veteran squad overall, we expected big things from them, but not so quite as big and as stand out as specifically some of the players individually have been showing.
But you know what? This is the interesting thing with PUBG Mobile Esports. It's so ever-changing, and then it's so much about a meta game as well, that if you lose some very key things like a particular player, if they are so important to the squad, the 3 of you, the rest of the team can be so experienced, but if you're missing that puzzle, you can get bumped down so much. When on the other side, you can have a squad that is, 1 year younger than you, but they've been working so hard, they found new methods, they've been, they bond well and stuff like that, and the rate of growth is just crazy. So it's about comparing those now as we look at those overall standings, because that's important heading into these last 2 games, of course, and the GUNZ continue with their dominance. Crazy. I need to do those new mats again, but that is a crazy amount of points per game.
a ridiculous amount of points, and they surely will be able to make it, you imagine, to that 550 point mark, maybe even edge over 300 placement points by the end of these two games. SCYTES are edging their way slowly towards that 8th position, still 11 points to go for them, but YaLLa close on their heels, and as we also mentioned, Real Tiger 9 very close as well. Even HOTLINE fairly up for contention if they can have two good games, but Arab GSG, they are the ones who have slipped now down to 17th position, and SCYTES, they are the ones who are slightly further ahead. But it is all up in the cards. It is all up to see who takes this Miramar game, and heading into that final game to see if any of these two teams, SCYTES or Arab GSG, will be able to make that lead so importantly heading into that final match.
It's so hard to predict, because if we have a bit of a vertical playing path from a bit south to north, then we can at least say that Arab GSU is probably going to drop very southern, not trying to contest anyone on that south side, when SCYTES will go maybe pretty northern, and they would never meet in that game 4 of today. And but the contention, I should say the congestion that will happen on both sides is very, very different. I feel like it's harder to fight through the northern side, and the southern side with the teams that like to go there. There's an easier way to rotate past it, because the choke spots I feel like it's just a bit more deadly. Towards the northern half, like from Saint Martin onwards. So SCYTES got a lot of work to put down, like when there are still squads around them that are not particularly strong, but if you know they are the one that killed you, may make you feel a little bit bad, because they are not like the top dogs.
Well, we already saw that, right? We already saw through from San Martin actually how dangerous that choke point can be, and we already saw that SCYTES getting wiped by fate by not paying attention to their backside. So as a result, you also then have to think, how can SCYTES realistically improve on their mistakes? Well, you have to think that their main mistake was, of course, their positioning coming into that zone. So positioning is the name of the game for, I think, the SCYTES, whereas Arab GSG, it was more in their positioning going into team fights, because they too had bad positioning, but it was not because they got into it by not being aware of it. It's because they got into it trying to take out GUNZ, and then found themselves in a cheeky choke point behind also Rat.
I think it was a lack of proactiveness. That you go into the area, you want to edge in, you're so reliant on edging that you find the next small cover for the full team, and you want to rely on that. It's not going to happen. Like, it's almost better to stay away a little bit, use 1 to 2 boosters, wait for that edge to clear out, then move in a bit better. Like, if you were just able to edge in and you put yourself in an unresettable and a very pinch position, that is the worst. But I feel like we should be past that point now when it comes to the level of play, like in this PMPL.
I mean, you gotta assume it, and you can't assume that level of play gets you through to the finals, so we're going to have to step it up as we do move our way through to the 4th game of the day, the final Miramar game of the PMPL Arabia League Super Weekend stage. And it is all on the cards for these teams to prove themselves on the desert dunes. But Renault 5, that is the proven beautiful beauty of the day, as we're born to win. Welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Got your game mode on with the much loved Renault 5 series, and that much unloved southern playing path by so many of those teams, as you mentioned, like Arab GSG, like SCYTES, who do want to opt for that northern playing path.
Might be a little bit of the other way around. I feel like Arab GSG is the one that like a southern one, but we will need to see, because who knows what they're going to use in this final game, right? Like, but I still feel like they will be around Los Egos, but the one that is harder to predict would be for the SCYTES. Like, where do they actually go in here? Like, you've got so many spots that teams are very happy to take, will be very confident to take as well. And now you are a team that has, like, historically struggled to control an area to push teams away, as well as eventually getting points.
Usually they do go for Lateral towards actually Monte Nuevo, whereas this, of course, GSG, as you say, who do move towards Los Higos. But that is an interesting zone because it moves its way all towards that southwestern end. And we saw a pretty much exact photocopy of this zone previously in this tournament that we casted Tarzan, and it actually did end up going towards that south side, going towards those south bridges, and we often actually saw teams favoring those high hills as the point to contest against.
Yeah, and also interesting to me is not seeing the fourth member of GSU Europe. It might be just, overlapping with Osama, but that is a type of drops that if people can really predict, like I did, you can be in trouble. Like trying to leave, you can't go through Valdemar because like SCYTES also predicted that one because they clashed around that bridge last time. And but you know what? Snipers will go for this plateau split. Not easy, especially when it's not easy to find a car, and the car's been taken away from last by the Falcons. So leaving Snipers here with nothing, and then if Falcons want to be proactive with this, then take these cars, loot up, then start controlling that plateau, knowing that it's likely that the Snipers being there.
SUDOR gonna have nothing but his witchcraft and wizardry top hat to be able to drag him through this early game, as it will, as you say, be Falcons to get that mobility rolling. Is SCYTES as well. Up to them to possibly look, as you say, to gatekeep Arab GSG. Now, SCYTES in the past have actually lost members to Arab GSG rotating in, and since then they have actually been more proactive, and I would like to see potentially even a gatekeep on that bridge, because if Arab GSG keep to the same strategy, they keep to rotating off the western bridge and by that zone, I would assume they do, you can easily cut them off. You can easily eliminate them in this game very early on.
And you can see YaLLa Esports just want to go to their spots, right? Like San Martin on foot now after a little bit of flow. I wonder, like how maybe they have a different level in parachuting skills. That's how they end up someone being closer. Maybe Ida is the better. How should I even call it? He's a better bird. Like he's just better in parachuting than like skydiving or something. Because I for sure know the flying distance, etc. If we don't open the parachutes early, but it's a very specific area of skill that you need to practice a lot, actually.
Well, YaLLa, you can call them Falcons V2 by this point here because they are flying their way through to San Martin. But speaking of Falcons and speaking of their position over in Picardo, I will also be interested to seeing them clean up their own mistakes, because it was this previous Miramar match where Falcons actually did end up going out early on, losing last initially by iKURD off of a scout rotation, unnecessary scout rotation at that, and then not being able to find a comfortable space inside the zone, and coming out of Picardo, again, not the easiest way to move out of a compound so high up towards that northeastern end when you do have to make your way across the more open fields. I would like to see them do that earlier on rather than later, so we don't have to worry about being gatekept so much.
It's a tricky one. I feel like it's still very tricky because I will tell you why. Like the reason is still the mental. Like from some of these teams, they think this may not matter as much because they are in the finals already. Don't stress too much about the chicken dinners. That could be mentality type 1. Type 2, it could be, the GUNZ type. They play their top game or trying to, get a win, but they are likely to take it. There's Type 3, which is the type of team that have not had a high chance to take it, but they want to, get these prize pool, right, of chicken dinner before heading into the last game. But we have the last type. Type 4 being
so very nervous. Like, and I think it would be our GSG and snipers who will be in that situation. That can cause you to throw out everything you know about the game. It can make you so hesitant entering the circle, edge in or whatnot, like Highland Wolf mentioned. All these considerations just becomes a clump. It's like a cotton wool stuck in your head, right? And that is just based on my understanding experience with coaching some of these players, and we can't really rely, on any of these players to say, hey, I'm definitely going to do this or that, and making my analysis a lot harder. In the second last
I
game,
think that you can see that, though, right? You can see that through GSG and Snipers' play, because
definitely.
they have been edging their way in, not just in Sanhok, but actually around GSG specifically through all of these games today, the way they have been playing, and it's not been working out. So in that sense, do Arab GSG more opt to be a more aggressive team potentially? And I already do, on the other hand, like the adaptation, by the way, of instead going potential. I was going to praise them for actually going across towards the other bridge because of understanding that SCYTES could be there, but instead they will just go all the way out for a vehicle just to come back. So yes, they get the vehicles in play, but they're still going to run into the same team at a much later point, a much more difficult time, because SCYTES could have had that time to set up in that bridge.
Yeah, I do believe that they think at least is more predictable. They can predict one fight. It's not a team that they can't fight like completely, but if there's more uncertainty, they're going through that eastern bridge because you don't know the rotations of those teams who are around the eastern coastline, whether they want to go straight, whether they want to avoid the hills, like that Los Leones pocket, so they want to go along the southern road as well, and that could cause some other chaos. So, like, the pros and cons, like, once again, in life, they just keep us stuck as ever.
Man, and stuck is a refit inside of RICO. Seems to be going for a potty break or something, because they are not moving in that Jeep for sure. They will be admiring the view or something like that. In this fourth game is Real Tiger 9. They are much more proactive. They're going to be setting themselves up, as you mentioned, on that eastern bridge. So they were the ones that could have gate-kept it away Arab GSG members. But nevertheless, they will all make their way round towards that western side. And if you look actually at the positioning there of GSG, they initially, I think, were going to go for that 2-2 split off of both bridges, but understanding it RT9 are there and that there could be a possibility for more players, they will continue their move through towards, as we say, the western Valdemar entrance in. The zone also shifts hard over towards Valdemar and still inside of that South Island, albeit just a smidge, so it does buy GSG time.
GSG actually did explore both bridges though, and they are going back to the western bridge, and I agree with that, because they are also relying on SCYTES to not be, how should I say, not be a psychopath to hunt them down, because if you drop Valdemar and the circle goes like that, you need to take the hill to the north of it, and that's exactly what SCYTES doing. They forget about tunneling on there, because Valdemar, after all, is in the low ground city. Like, if you need to progress back up north to the high ground, it'll be very predictable. So that hard. Is option opening back up for GSG to enter, knowing or predicting that SCYTES would take a power position instead.
I think that also the congestion coming down from that northeastern side, all of these teams here, Tarzan, that's where going to be the clusters of players will be. But also, if you are a player and you're a team moving down from that area, do you decide to go in for that heavy early rotation, especially if you're like Alpha Legends and go all the way down, or do you decide to be what like Snipers and Arab GSG have been so far, where you edged your way in slowly? And I will have to keep you on that thoughts for that question just now, because Real Tiger 9, they are up against Fate. And Real Tiger 9, they have found at least one knock so far. Fate resetting, repositioning. A Reef going to have to try be the support player of the off angle. Won't be able to find Surprise. Will be able to dip under the ridgeline for the meantime. Will heal the way up. There's also Jigsaw's going to reset, going to move over to the side. Still, a Reef falls short of the kill. In missing enemies to opportunities, that will cost surely Fate Esports' potential to win this game.
Ooh, and down to 1v1 as well. The battle of the two off-angle players is something that I would love to see. Jigsaw, though, sometimes not having the best trigger discipline. And now the weak side awareness doesn't come through as well and get punished for that. That is Fate Esports with the good comms coming through. And then RT9 continues to struggle.
Still RT9 that fail on the surprise cost, surprise their life. Ramek now going to be in the shed, but there's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide. Finds one knock through the edge of the window, will ask deep down, finds a second. Can Asawi be knocked as well? The shots come through so low. Ramek going for the first, will be able to find the 3-piece. That is the triple kill coming through from Ramek. Arif now has come in, it's a disaster for Fate as well. The med kit coming through for now. Arif has been spotted, looking for a cheeky grenade, looking to finish this one through. Over the tree line it will go, straight into a Ramek. That'll send him half health. But Arif, they don't go for the first, they go for the revive. And with Ramek low, they know this can be happening.
And that is the perfect chance for a nade as well, but they allowed the reset coming through. That was the time to take the 1v1, because like when you don't have the body advantage going to be so hard as he gets choked by the blue. Not too hard at the moment, not too painful, but with he doesn't move, this is just GG's.
It is GG, the end of Real Tiger 9. So hasta la vista, because it's Fate that will take the real fight, take the real win out of you. Because it will be iKURD moving their way down. And I want to still progress back to this question as we see iKURD driving their way on through into zone. Because I would honestly go towards that Montenuevo side. I would go towards that Ladrella. I don't know about you, but those hilltops still inside the zone, those speak to me about making your way in as that northeastern team.
I think it's just tricky because if you enter to a particular pocket, if your enemies know when to open fire, then you will be choked. Like you can't get out or get away from a burned vehicle, right? So it makes sense to go slightly slower, but I do believe like if they have access to it, if they scout it, they should take it. And I think the next bit that concerns some of these teams are the hill that really separates like between the two sides. And you can see SCYTES trying to go for that, but GSG actually rotating a little bit later, but going into side that people didn't hope that it would shift to, and they will be enjoying that little bit of a breeze for now.
Still Rad on their own, stuck on the edge of that zone. Snipers, we talked about them needing to survive. They had the lead. They find one of YaLLa. They cut them off on the rotation. Now Marco has to escape, but Marco's already down. Maybe wish to have used that vehicle as protection. Instead, will have to lose their life for it. Citizen X will also be revived, but they will lose one off the back. And nevertheless, Bandar moving their way up even further. SUDOR looking for the flank as well. It is just about both YaLLa and the snipers expanding their control on this edge of zone, on the edge of the wall. GUNZ Lord enters into the party. Will be able to find himself a house to respite for now. But snipers are still struggling for their position inside the zone. Rad is pushing away SUDOR from the outside of this space. They do find a knock, but the zone's still coming in. They find the flush through. Now the med kit needs to come in. Will it be quick enough? I think it will be quick enough. Yes, it is. And they move their way through inside. The outplay coming from snipers, but still one more to go.
That's huge. Every point is important for this bottom table. The disrespect coming from Rad's player, it just jumping over that ridge. Why don't you just use a third-person peek and just take that easy point? Like that is how you don't want to lose a player, and that is also maybe Rad just not taking it like seriously enough. And every point,
yeah, unfortunately, they have a hotline.
Exactly, but we will have another congestion right here for now.
HOTLINE is looking like he might be turned into a hot dog right now. It is flaming inside that building. Khalid Prestige, they're still hunting this final kill through for them. Can they find a piece? Still a grenade getting cooked up. One of their own, where we won't be able to find a man base so low. Will get shot down. into the corner. HOTLINE Esports eliminated through 3 kills so far for RAT. Is GSG in against their own fight versus SCYTES. For the meantime, SCYTES all meanwhile though still focused on NASR. Should be more aware though. Look at GSG. They're coming up off the edge of that hillside, and SCYTES, they might lose their position. Even more so, the fact that Adobo and Razor, they are not with the other 2 members of their team. GSG could push this.
GSG has found the way in, and they're on the side that has multiple sides of control as well. As long as they know how to protect the left and the right, and then hide the car properly with these ridges, they have a very good game in front of them. But it's not easy, as the guy ran with an Uzi that's invisible. That is quite interesting to see. But GSG in dead center need to know how to hold this down.
Still, those guys are trying to control the compound as Arab GSG will assault them slowly but surely. Snipers are still looking for their own space inside the zone, but they go straight by all of them, crash into the wall. That is SUDOR gonna get woken and put to bed by fate. GSG still, though, the 4 players still holding on for now. Phase 4 is closing in, and as these 12 teams start to close in even more, GSG, they need to be more proactive, because right now their position, yes, is good, but is it going to be as good in the future zones? I don't know, because you could also see both iKURD and SCYTES collapse on both sides against him.
I feel like it's a position that they need to know how to expand the control by splitting appropriately. There are still more dips on that western side that they could use, but I can see how strong this is, as you can also see the signs of them getting a little bit of split to control that with a brilliant McLaren as well. This is some new feature if you haven't seen that already. Well, this is my favorite color, by the way, and this should be the lucky star for them.
Well, they're gonna drive their way through 100 miles per hour, maybe just 1 mile per hour over that hilltop. It's not going very fast from McLaren, but Alpha Legends, they are the ones in the center of the zone nevertheless. Captain gets shot up, but enough bullets will not find him to be able to survive for now inside that dead center. Chaos joining them as well. There too, Fate as the duo still to move their way inside of zone no. And you can see actually SCYTES are aggressing on to GSG. GSG, or should I say RAT are pressing on to SCYTES, excuse me. And SCYTES will be the ones who will now be put under fire, but 2 members still alive. RAT still 3 players up alive, and they've already found potentially 1. SCYTES goes down. NASR will be the one to find it. Now NASR looks for the second. We'll be able to find Razor as well, and this is disaster for SCYTES. There is only now 2 remaining, and RAT look to push this one in, look to try and make these final 2 kills happen. The grenade comes in, out through the window though, Ghost surprises Prestige, makes a panic button on that grenade, but don't find him. Ghost stays alive with a sliver of HP. RAT unable to find the return kill, and SCYTES hold on for now.
Oh, Ghost with the great play. He heard the pin got pulled. Using that audio cue, he maneuvered out and tried to catch the player of RICO Infinity team off guard. And those are the small things, knowing the window of opportunity. And this is now GSG needing to know this as well, because they've got the entry point, but they have multiple teams trying to pull around them. It's down to them to hold this position.
Can Arab GSG pick up the point, so Tarzan, as Fate will drop first? Galaxy Racer will eliminate them through in Galaxy Racer's first decent game so far in tonight's series. For GSG, this is all eyes on them as RTG approach to the top of the summit. Bayat is not going to be able to hold off all of them, has to get that support from the rest of his team. As you can see, they are coming together, trying to prepare, trying to hold off this one side for the meantime. Flame edging up first. The ridgeline will protect them both for now. The grenade will go wide on all of them. Bayat gets tickled, but no one drops just yet. On the meantime, NASR will drop to RICO Infinity's team, and you can see SCYTES still alive in that fray as well. But GSG in the front line, they're getting wiped. They lose one already. Rex is down. Now RTG looking for even more. They find Zoro. This is disaster for GSG, where they needed the points. They're not getting them. Yes, they outlived the snipers, but they're not getting the kills. And it is RTG to clean this one through. A straight flush as they get eliminated.
That is the pressure getting to that team. They couldn't take it to the point that they smoked their position of interest. They smoked the hilltop and they forced themselves back down for others to take the high ground and push down when there is a plateau. They killed themselves there. And that's something that you can't do. We're just down to that one game for them to catch up, because even for the side of the snipers, they got that one kill point, right? So we are back with the pressure onto Arab GSG. They really need to make this count. But new circle with this number of players as well, because it's such a tough zone, man. 7 teams, 17 players.
17 players, and this is the end game, Tarzan. This zone shifting away for so many of them. RTG, yes, they wiped GSG, but they still need to keep moving. As NASR, they are continuing to press onto SCYTES. They've held off long enough for RICO Infinity's team to make the hard disengage. Ragnar as well, still alive as a solo. But can RTG use the hilltop that GSG could not to approach their way down into zone? They have the potential to do so.
Oh, and I would love to see RTG chicken dinner as well. Like, they've played well, yeah, they've lost one where they didn't have to, but they are from a side that they can gather enough information, get information for enough pockets of parts of the map to inform the next part, but they will need to use the smokes very well in here.
Still, Galaxy Racer, they are alive as well. Galaxy Racer looking for the first good game today. Could even be a chicken dinner, Tarzan, if they can bring it out to the dub. But SCYTES, they are still on the edge of the zone. They're still holding on. SCYTES somehow still alive in between all of the fighting. They're looking also to make their way out, looking for their own grenade. As you can hear that pin get pulled, looking for Zenk. Will not be able to find him. Yes, it tickles him, but for only half the HP. Abood, Ghost, with that grenade being popped, will now have to deal also against El Chapo as the support comes in. But Ragnar defending off against the Falcons. You can see it in the backside. RTG will also lose one, but also will RICO Infinity's team. They will be out in 7th. Now SCYTES moving in. They will find El Chapo as well. And this is disaster also for RTG. There is no one left for them but Flame. And even they get shot up, forced onto the edge of zone. They're going to get wiped as the blue zone comes in. Downtown, KWT finishes them off. Is GXR Galaxy Racer still alive? SCYTES still alive here, Tarzan and NASR. They are the ones though in control of this zone. They are the ones alongside Falcons are the most likely. Abood goes for the scout down, but will get dropped. Is Ghost as well, makes now their own option in, has to survive, but it's just not enough. SCYTES get destroyed in a tree. Now Falcons, this is their chance to pick up even more kills. Falcons, the only team with a full squad still available to them. They are stretching their position. They have the zone given to them. This is a gift of $1,000 if I've ever saw one.
They've got the circle, they've got dips to play and increase the control, but they are a little bit on the lower ground side, so they need to make sure they have all, the plans laid out, everyone's roles and functions, but also Mass Cash here is going to make it hell for the side of NASR as he lands a beautiful nade.
Will not be returned though, so that is NASR a 1-for-0 trade against them. Boompa still looking for their own smokes to try cover vision, try make it as difficult as possible for Galaxy Racer for NASR to enter in with the most information possible to them. NASR still in their own dip. Ultron could also fire a grenade in, but Max Cash is going to slice and dice and destroy almost one. Can't quite find the kills. There comes in the grenade from Falcons as well. Gonna find straight on to Tichko, and that is a second one now coming in from Falcons. This could land onto Batika. No, it's gonna go wide, but all the meanwhile, Max Cash goes down. It's still Falcons deleting everyone away, and it will be even Falcons continuing their oppression in this lobby. There is no space, there is no breathing room for NASR. Yes, they find one knock onto last, but here come the rest of the Falcons, the birds of prey. They are coming to clean up, they are coming to clutch up onto NASR. They will take it down to just the solo of the Galaxy Racer, but even they will not be long as Falcons take the chicken dinner.
And they flew, man. They flew. They want to fly so high that they had the circle, but they say, no, we're not going to just stay here to wait for $1,000. We're to put that pressure. We're going to push up as a squad to the edge or even almost out of the circle. That is something that I love to see. To be rewarded with the third chicken dinner finally after like 2 weeks or so is great to see the Falcons back. I think they are setting themselves up for very good finals, and we are down to that one game, YaLLa Move.
One more game to settle it out. Who's going to be eliminated? Snipers or Arab GSG? Who will reign supreme? One more game before we hit the finals of the PMPL Arabia, and we will see you guys after a short break. Welcome to the penultimate match of the final Super Weekend here in the PMPL Arabia. My name is Highland Wolf, of course, joined by Professor Tarzan, and it is a climax to be put down in the history books here. Still, Arab GSG, the snipers, they are neck and neck, and one good game decides who goes through to the final to join the rest of these 15 teams already qualified.
Still incredibly close. I don't know what to say there. Like, we could see the pressure upon both teams, and then that's really causing them to make some almost rookie mistakes. Like, it caused them to tunnel vision and can't think of that one, the ding type of idea that can really change things. Like, sometimes that's an issue, like with choking, but maybe they are all chill. Like, we didn't hear the comms, we probably won't understand what they're saying, but based on how they play, that is just our educated guess.
I mean, you saw snipers running into a wall as we checked the match stats, and also Arab GSG here as well, just failing when it comes to even a strong position that it had on paper. Is it will otherwise be here FalconsEsport who were able to fly, however, and take that chicken dinner. Galaxy Racer, who also take that second place. Their first good game today, and NASR and RTG still fighting for that 4th and 5th position respectively up together on that leaderboard. But as we say, it is all about how the snipers and the Arab GSG will fare moving into this final game. The snipers have had that one good game on Sanhok, we picked up those 11 points, and that's given them the edge. So Arab GSG, the onus now on them is they are currently in the relegation zone.
Oh, you know what? I feel like if I were the snipers, like there is a way that maybe I can still play the healing game. I know it's a bit different, right, on these bigger maps, but desperate time, desperate measures. You can't be more desperate than this, man. And but you know what? What the tricky thing is that in the past 2 days, in this Super Weekend, both of these teams got chicken dinners too.
Yes.
So why are we settling for these things when they've proved the ability to even win games? And that is why we talked about these mindset. And I wonder what's going through their heads. But this one for sure. And that is that one very important point that's given by Rad to snipers, and I wonder whether it will have an actual effect when it comes to final standings.
Well, every point is counted up to this point, so why shouldn't that one count as well? Here is unfortunately therefore SCYTES, should I say RICO Infinity's team. It was SCYTES who took them down, and RICO Infinity's team even flustering a little bit in that fight. Yes, they went for the initial great 2 picks, but then it all fell apart, and the SCYTES came back and they were able to actually survive up to the very end of that game as a result, because RATV had nowhere to go.
And but after all, they're still holding that second spot, right? Like with those 4 chicken dinners and then a bit of a 20-point lead. But it's also interesting to see that Alpha Legends has some decent fights here and there, but NASR is chasing really close. They are just 2 points behind Alpha Legends NASR, and that is going to be another thing to look at if we are quite obsessed with maths.
Well, who's going into the top 3 when it comes to the PMPL finals? That's what we have to look at in NASR. They came in hot and spicy at the start, and while they're coming in hot and spicy in that 4th game, now set up to be able to steal away that 3rd spot from Alpha Legends, who have held that practically for the majority of all the Super Weekends. So it is the onus on them to be able to steal this position away, but also the onus, of course, on FalconsEsport, who in this 4th game, it brought them that chicken dinner with those brilliant plays. Is Boomper the core player, the core fragger for this team, bringing them that victory, as well as those beautiful grenades coming in from them towards the end onto NASR. But nevertheless, we still have to go back to the point of the fact that Arab GSG, I feel that over this tournament, and you mentioned them getting a win this weekend, it was an Erangel. Nevertheless, so they have proven the potential to be able to do well in this map where snipers have actually fell down short. So if any of the maps are to do it for Arab GSG, this is the game. This is the map of Erangel for them to win.
I feel like they should just hire you as the motivational speaker, if not the coach, for this one game. But it's important to remind yourself of that, and that is so key. Like, there's so many info and events in the past that you could use to both justify why you should do crap and why you can do well. And that is the interesting thing, about being an athlete and just being a person in general. So you are absolutely right. I think that is something that they need to remember. Remembering the strengths in those, and snipers maybe the strength in healing strat. I can't fault that if they can really use that, because sometimes it's about healing is one side of that skill for sure, but you're relying on the internet, you can't lag out or stuff, because I've seen these small things, right? I'll share with you. Was watching the other PMPLs, we've seen someone with 20 first aids, then forgetting that the bandages are irrelevant in that end stage, didn't take away, misclicked on the bandage, and then lost some much needed placement points.
Oh man, that's disaster, but it happens to the best of us, right? It happens to even those higher up in higher leagues and high competitions, but also you can't have that mistake. You can't do that when it comes to the final game where you're in the elimination space. Of GSG, I would like them to change up their strategy if ever is their game to do it. It is this game to do it, because what has been working out with terms of healing strats and in terms of just trying to go for placement points has not worked for the last 4 games. And that is just a statistical fact that they have to play some way different if they wish to pick up these points, because it's not worked so far for them, even when they've been able to edge their way into the strong positions like on Miramar. So going for that more aggressive pace of game and also pressuring snipers, because every time that snipers see, and you talk about this mentality thing, they see the name of Arab GSG getting a kill on that kill feed, it puts pressure on also snipers to do the same.
Yes. And I'm going to be a bit of a bad person here, but I'm going to give a hypothetical scenario. If I were the snipers and I see GSG dead early, will that be so much of a boost of joy that I can even win the chicken dinner? You never know, man. You just never know.
I mean, it is all up to, of course, Arab GSG's proven themselves to get out of that space. But also, I think we also have to think about, again, who is that team who will overtake SUDOR in that 8th position currently. It is, of course, in contention between both SCYTES, RT9 and also YaLLa. And RT9, they also fell a little bit short on their mistakes there towards that previous game where, as we mentioned, they had the potential to get a literal 1v4 against Fate, but then fell short because they chose not to go for it. They get engulfed by the blue zone and they just fall dead.
Sometimes it's, that anticipatory loss. Like in the 1v4 situation, you're like, oh, I got 2, I can get 3. And then you say, I'm so close from getting a highlight. Forgetting about the 1 smoke or 2 smokes that you could have, like the things, then it's painful sometimes to watch. But like those things are what makes a champion. You see GUNZ as well. Like any player from that squad plays in that situation, they would have done it differently after 3 knocks we're talking about. But it was still a great attempt.
And if we look over to the overall stats here as well, we do get to see exactly, as we say, who will be in that 8th position, because it's still SUDOR clinching on to the edge of life with that 8th position, despite the fact that they haven't even been in this super weekend overall. And as we move on to our 15th game, we will get to also see if not only them, but if GUNZ Esports can break that 300 placement points, if they can break that 250 kill points, if they can break that 550 total points and extend their lead even further, because it has been almost this ridiculous gap that they have been able to get for themselves over the likes of RICO Infinity Team, and also a tie right now, on other words, of SCYTES now in 9th position versus SUDOR. So just 1 point will be able to grab them out of into the top 8 positions, and as well as RAB GSG, they still need to get their way out, as we say, from that 17th spot to avoid joining Player Loyal Team and Fanatic Zombies, as current 2 teams also eliminated from the PMPL Arabia finals.
You know what? I was looking at the points from yesterday as well. Like, our GSG and the Snipers have been struggling today almost more than any of the days before. Like, that's this pressure getting to them. Yesterday, we got 30-something points. Like, we're talking about just over, 10
that's enough,
points or something like that. That is enough. Is yes, of course. So, but the 5-point difference has to, be made up by GSG now. And but we've got something exciting on, the other side of the table. I am also rooting for GUNZ Esports to take the 10th chicken dinner. That would be amazing. Like, that would be, I really want to see that. And it's just them putting, it's like dropping the mic. Like, I'm done with the brilliant run, but not really done yet. But at least they can wrap up this stage with such a brilliant ending.
To have 10 chicken dinners out of a total of 45 games, to have 9 already, they're actually taking, even after this game, if you don't get it, 20% chicken dinner win rate over all 45 games of the Super Weekend. And that's a ridiculous statistic to be able to grab to you. But to also boost that up with 10 grand, as you say, to close out the tournament on the Super Weekend and head into the finals with those 10 big fat stacks, that would also be something to really close out what has been a monumental run from GUNZ Esports, by far and large, destroying the rest of their opponents.
I feel like there's no other team that could be close. Like, if you just look down the list, every other team has the ups and downs so much. Okay, there's maybe a close second, and I would say that is FalconsEsport. But that being said, we almost have to consider that as if they didn't even try in the second week. Like, because after all, they did miss out on the Super Weekend. Not like it hasn't happened, but for the rest of the games that they played, pretty decent. But we know we're heading into the green hills of Erangel now. I'm nervous thinking for some of these teams. Right?
You're not even playing, son. You're not even playing as we head our way through into the final game of the Super Weekend, the final Super Weekend match overall in the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia 2021 spring season, and it is once again heading through from Starboard all the way down towards Mill to Power, and it is going to be a fight. It is going to be a bloodbath here, and particularly even allowing the South Island to play. SCYTES going to be all over that.
Whew. And GSG will have that. You know what, man? Just play some healing. At least have it in your back pocket. You're uncontested around Stelba, Kameshki, so many split compounds. There is a way to get those points. I'm not saying that's the way that you want to chicken out
risky.
Or anything. It's yes, but it's I don't know. They just need to think about every possible way. But this is once again a very different playing path. A lot of these teams like to go to that western side. Georgia Pole, Zagi, all that stuff. It will not be the case anymore. And snipers will now, start around a very congested area, and it can be bad for them.
I feel that if I was GSG, in a way, I would actually just drop onto someone and I would just be like, we're either going to squad wipe these people and we're going to have a chance to win over snipers, or we're just going to go out instantly and it will be done. That would be how I see it. Is if we take 4 kills or we die.
that is one way, like it's the last game. I think it also, like, speaking of this being the last game of the Super Weekend, like there are certain teams that I feel like who would just do things that's completely out of the blue, because they're also going to have the biggest break from this stage, like in a while. They won't play until next almost weekend, later of the week, and so anticipating that break, like from this pressure as well, may cause them to do some things that we don't expect.
Indeed, and that break is also going to be so important for, I think, some of these teams, because we do see that burnout happening, right? We see those mistakes coming through from RT9, as we've already mentioned, and other teams as well, like Galaxy Racer only now having in that fourth match their first good game of this series of games tonight. But it is all eyes on Arab GSG, as we can understand or can't even really begin to understand fully, unless you have been in this situation before in a competition, what they must be going through. And I mean, what could they be going through, Tarzan?
It's crazy. Like, it's down to almost how, I don't want to say how they're born, but it's personality and character. I'm sorry. There are people who can still chill and be motivated to do well in these situations, while there's other people who would just completely lose their mind, who would be so like nervous. Oh, I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to lose. Like, thinking about all the things that could go wrong already is literally what can happen, but I feel like at this level of play, right, these type of like personnel like should be screened off, because that is such a loser mentality. I'm sorry if that is you, but it's true. Like, I've seen so many of these teams, top teams, who just don't choke. They don't care. They talk about something that keep everyone like chill, and then whilst keeping the focus as well, right? So that's why we keep mention it again and again, because streams are not just streamed to, hey, like, analyze what in front of you. Like, he's running to a shack. There's nothing much to talk about when there's nothing like more to say other than fights. This is the time of the map to also do something educational. It's important that we've got this experience, we've got the exposure, we've got the context, with some of the pro players, and to give things in the perspective. So maybe you can be the next star of PUBG Mobile.
Indeed, right? And for these players, that opportunity is very real for them. And the story of Arab GSG, if they're able to get through this game, to get into the finals, they were behind into the last moment where they clutched it up on Erangel. You should see how they won. Or on the other hand, the snipers, about how they didn't even make it into the first Super Weekend. They had to crawl their way back through the next two Super Weekends, had to fend off the Arab GSG. With that Sanhok game, they were able to get all of those points. It brought them that lead, that win through to the Arab Arabia PMPL finals. And I think it is these two stories that can either also spin the opposite way as well if they do get eliminated. But it is about also recognizing as a player in the current situation and the now, about, as you say, what have they done well? What are the positives? How can you draw your team together? Because you have to completely forget, especially if you're in that situation like Arab GSG in the previous game, where you completely flop a fight. Get rid of it. It's in the past. Understand that this is your last chance. This is a second opportunity to get into that finals now.
That's very true. Like, I think we've all been through these situations in one way or the other in life, whether it's an exam and stuff like that. It's very, very key, like, that you know how yourself work, and then just make it work. And also noticing what's in your control and what's not, that is very important, right? But finally, we have some early bits of potential action between two players here. It's SCYTES and RT9. Not sure whether they expect this one, but RT9 should know that SCYTES dropped the southern island, so Volt will just play very stealthy and will be waiting. And I would love to know if this is exactly what he's been trying to do, right? And he shall be rewarded for it. But look at the relative high ground from Abud. Might be able to look at Volt actually, because this is the 3 stack. That would be so troll. Like, to be fair, if he
we're heading in.
If Volt, like,
Oh, his dad's up, but he's been found. He doesn't make the execution, Tarzan. He's jumping this way, and that the canister can will also not be found. They tried to blow him up, but Volt survives. It was a valiant effort, but nevertheless, SCYTES, you flunked. You flunked the opportunity to take advantage of RT9 down to just 3 players. And that's gotta hurt. That's gotta hurt. Considering the SCYTES, they are on the edge of getting to the top 8. They are tied with SUDOR, and you lose a player early on.
So clever as well. There's something that you could see what Volt has done. Okay, it looks cheeky, but come on, like, it's a point. Like, you can't say anything. Like, you need other people to definitely play that way. Come on, props to the guy. Like, man has looted it up. Man left the car facing the east. Man left all the doors closed after looting the one side of the compound. What more can you expect from a guy who has been trying to hunt down a team, huh? So that is Volt with the so-called cheeky way, but I would say also the smart and patient way to start this last game. It's match 45 of Super Weekend. It's crazy how far we've come, Highland Wolf. This is not including the games in the league play as well.
This is, oh goodness, a total of 45 plus 30, 75 matches. This is the 75th game for Real Tiger 9 to play, because they played in all 3 Super Weekends. That is a marathon of a tournament to have to come up against.
Yes, and yes. And this is what you need to withstand, like, being a player, right? So, like, playing all these classics is very different to this, when not just about the level of competition that you have, it's not just about the numbers, it's what you are allowed to do before game for all this preparation, and the pressure coming from knowing that you will be watched by thousands, if not 10,000s of people. But this circle will go towards that western side, keeping some of that southern island in play, with basically Pochinki Hill in the dead center. So wonder how GUNZ are going to play this, but I know they won't just stay, in Pochinki, because that is not how they play. They want to control the hill areas from around and stopping themselves from getting choked from the surroundings.
I'm very excited to see how teams will also look to control the center of that zone, not being in Gatka Fields, not being near Roshog, but also in this particular peculiar spot where it's in between many compounds. So you have the potential for a lot of teams to be able to rotate into Pochinki, into that hill, just as you can see to the southeast of that eye of Pochinki, where actually NASR do look to control. But on the other hand, you do have NASR with the potential, if you do take that mountainside up, or that hillside, should I say, to then have such vision and such power of information over every other team in this lobby, and that will set you up much better stead than all of these other teams.
And you know what? Tricky circle, because so many split compounds, so hard to say, hey, like, we can definitely do this split. This is this type of circle phase of the game that you have to play with what's in front of you and let go of some too fixed of a structure. As you can see, Red came in, to challenge. At least the smokes there, they try to set it up, but they further send the rest of the team there. So at least Fate now knows that is Red being there. They've got the numbers advantage, and the full team is in the area because of the number of cars that they've seen. I would love to see Fate making something out of this, and they are on the move. That is something that we would love to see.
Fate, can they stop Rado on the rotation? You see Leif looking to try position. We understand what's going on, but cannot punish. Not quick enough to the draw. As Alpha Legends will also keep up shot towards the next compound over on towards Potato Hill. And Potato Hill is such an interesting place to fight, in such an interesting place to hold position here. With also NASR overlooking you. But I like the fact that they go for this split. You can even see one of the Alpha Legends members making a wide flank rotation, looking for even more scouting and even more information for them set up in the next phase.
I just completely lost my train of thought. It's such a cool skin. I'm so sorry. Do you know this is the... this would you go for this? I don't know, like whether you know about this event, but obviously people spend so much money, getting this one. I think if GSG wants to, get another one, they should win the chicken dinner and then do a bit of a lucky draw to say who gets the next McLaren. But that is still okay. Coming back to this map, like it's still a.
You're drooling over that skin, is what's happening.
I'm drooling over that skin, but I would never pay that amount of money to do that. Pachinki Hill just about still in play. Okay, let's look at GUNZ. I don't know whether they'll still play that spot because it's so tricky to cross and say it's open. But they have one job if they're still holding that edge. Right, so this is the two hills of Pachinki separating that, so that main road in there, and then still a lot of saturated compounds already in this new circle. And it's only phase 3, I'm sorry. And so now into this phase 3, we need to see how these teams play this out. It's going to be quite tricky. We will see a lot of teams trying to rotate and losing their scout in this type of circle.
Can see that replay there through from the side of Alpha Legends, straight on the backside, back flank rotation, taking down one of NASR. Heads up play from them. Bison bat killed, Bison bat knock, but here comes R8T onto Arab GSG. You've got a member stuck, but they find one back. Osama, quick and decisive, finds the first knock. Ruslige will go down. The molly not gonna find him, but Sama also getting picked up, has to go inside, almost goes down himself. That would have been a disaster. Khalid as well, looking to try hunt down one, will be able to send it through the grenades through the slit of that window, but here comes GSG trying to find out more, trying to find those picks. They do find Khalid, they lose Zora for it. Now they might even lose Bayad. Here comes the rest of them. Osama trying to hold off the rest. Khalid will go down. NASR, Ragnar, the only two remaining. Can they stop this through? Bayad also going to be first down, going to be eliminated out. Osama going for the 1 versus 2 play as NASR will be knocked. Ragnar's the only one. Here comes now the final grenade, the flush through the solo left. Ragnar has to defend, has to try eliminate GSG, but what can they do? They flush out a second, wiping around GSG's chances one by one. The molly comes up, Rex tries to flush him out, but from behind, they look to try and find a cheeky play. Now comes the grenade as well, going to be chucked out, or the smoke should I say, to try and hold off Vision, try hold them off for the meantime. But can they find it? No! Rex goes down! And with that, Arab GSG's chances sealed.
It's so sad. It's pulling up on the side that will be looked at. So the basics still come through, but Osama tried so hard for the team. There are times to, you know what? Just F in the chat. I think they tried so hard against one of the top teams as well. They made so much effort. Now it's down to the snipers to see whether they will use that info to celebrate and maybe go further and say, hey, might as well win this whole game, eh? And that is GUNZ saying Pachinki is our home and it will forever be as they take out another team. Just clean squad wipe. We are down to 14 teams. My heart, man, my heart.
What an F. I mean, if there's ever an F, that is a capital, straight, bold, 72 size F is what that is. It is unfortunate for them. GSG no longer in contention. It will be snipers who we know will be the last team to join the rest of them in the PMPL Arabia finals. We'll see them next week
no,
as
they
well.
know
You can
it
see
as
them
well.
dancing. You know that they are winning, and they are dancing inside that shed. They are saluting their victory. They don't even care about the points because they know where they are headed.
To be fair, like, there's two sides to this. Like, one, yes, they get the reset. They are basically on par when it comes to chances to the next, you know, the next thing in this tournament. But come on, like, we talked about the cash prize. So much of it comes from being able to win these games in Super Weekend. Just stop dancing and try to get one yourself, man. Like, you were so close of being eliminated. There's no room for complacency. You know, like, if they do it a little bit, fine. But if you do it so far to the point that you compromise your chance to get even more than qualification, then that's probably why you've been at the bottom, because something's missing. Something is wrong. There's no place for complacency. As you get knocked, GG snipers, you...
Oh no! Oh no! Tarzan, you jinxed him. You said how bad they were doing. You said not to focus on the dancing. And they're like, we're sorry, Professor Tarzan, we will make this up to you. We will dive onto YaLLa. But YaLLa just say no. YaLLa wipe now the second. There goes the 2. This is disaster for snipers. And if only Arab GSG had held on one team longer, they could have been celebrating potentially as well.
I don't know. Maybe I'm a strict person. I'm a strict coach. Like, but don't dance, man. Like, you are 16th place. Like, why don't you just use the game for more practice? Use the game,
exactly.
You know, respect the game. Like, I think when it comes to like the lessons from even, yes, exactly, dance. You are still bad. I'm sorry, but like, come on, man. Like,
they're dancing their way to the afterlife is where they're going. That's a one-way ticket that YaLLa are given to them. Citizen X, the last personnel to be deleted, does find powerful, finds a point through with that grenade, surely. Never mind, it does miss. That was a bit of an F in the chat there. Citizen X will miss out on that knock. There goes one of their own, though, as it will be the grenades coming in from YaLLa. The blue zone going to eat them up as well. Citizen X still alive. DK coming in, but from all angles, there's nowhere to run. Citizen X, you have to choose your person you want to kill. And from the backside, they look to try and make it a triple.
Way.
There goes YaLLa Esports. Too aggressive. Citizen X, now you can dance.
It hurts my brain, man. Like, what's happening in this life? Where is karma, man? Like, you dance, you disrespect, and you still didn't get punished. I don't want to live anymore, man. But I'll give them that. It was a great play. I think YaLLa knows they were trying for a bit of a bait, but that was also them forgetting about the other side. So the one who was waiting for the bait to come through was not. So we're down to that guy who was driving. So that is why it's so important to set up a pocket. And we see Galaxy Racer in their vroom vroom car continue to race through. They don't have a spot. They use these new parts that Erangel 2.0 is nice, but they need to make it even further as they just want to take the crash because it's possible the barnhouses have no angles from that side.
But we're going to go straight potentially into NASR, so we do have to be wary that teams are in control here, but they don't care anyways. It is unfortunate for NASR, 3-on-4. Here comes the full squad. Galaxy Racer, they are looking, as you say, to vroom their way to this chicken dinner victory. GUNZ as well holding on for now. Rad down to just one more player against GUNZ. RICO holding on for the meantime, looking for that grenade possibly if they decide to go through the smoke. The rest of GUNZ, so they are in tatters. Desha in the 1v1 has to go for it potentially here. Freak going so low, it is the advantage for now. Freak is going to be down, and there goes GUNZ Esports. And we know 10th chicken dinner either as the upsets come through. Rat taking victory.
Oh, but you know what? We've got more action here. This is interesting. Citizen X, the X Factor, maybe. Like it's is the name now. Is
No
doing.
way does he come up with like another 1v4.
You never know. Like the euphoria from knowing that you've qualified for the finals can do stupid things to you. Like stupidly amazing things, maybe to a human brain. Let's see how they can hold this. But Galaxy Racer needs to hold this down. NASA is ever so aggressive, but Galaxy Racer is known for the aggression as well.
Citizen X holding on for now, not willing to make the flush, not willing to go for the fight. It's NASR still being flushed down in the meantime by Galaxy Racer. The grenade pushes him back just a little bit more. Miracle has to go for the healing once again. SCYTES going to fall out on the offside. Far east zone is going to engulf them. RICO team as well. NASR still in for the fight, but we lost one. Galaxy Racer coming in. Now just 2 more to clean up. There, there's 1 more. Nabo will be the solo. Miracle pushed through. There goes the extra one. And now it is just Nabo on their complete lonesome in Galaxy Racer with the clean pickups. Max Cash cannot be found through the smoke, cannot be found through the window on the edge. Rad will also be eliminated. The solo finally getting cleaned through. Will be not successful after taking down GUNZ. Sniper, though, Citizen X still alive, as you mentioned, could come up with the upset, hoping the Galaxy Racer NASR can do something against him.
I was thinking, if Citizen X somehow missed a nade and killed himself, that would be something interesting. But you know what? He did put a lot of pressure, and now Nabo needs to face this, but he will not be able to hold down the push from Galaxy Racer.
Citizen X still alive. NASR no longer. Another point goes their way in placement. Citizen X going to hold up in the tool shed for now. But can Citizen X survive any longer? You mentioned the X Factor for them. They will need a miracle as solo player against these teams. The full squad of Fate. Molly on the edge of Galaxy Racer. There's still a second grenade. Not going to quite find Citizen X for now. Heals himself back up. Here comes Galaxy Racer from behind though. And I don't think he's even realized that they are here. Now goes for the reposition. There goes Twice. Almost knocked by Fate's grenade in. Is a drive on in. There go Galaxy Racer. There go the snipers out this game.
Well, good effort. At least it's a decent game with some kills and some placement points, but Galaxy Racer needs to come through even stronger. Fate had a very bold crash into this compound without scouting, but they did find one of the strongest one because hard covers are very limited in this circle. It's mainly just trees on the other side, and Galaxy Racer still need to fight their way through. They know these types of fight though. What they can't do is clumping like this. Another nade will be the doom of their chances.
Well, you mentioned as well who might need a chicken dinner, and it is still RTG alive in this game. But Real Tiger 9 was spraying in. They're losing members to them. But there comes Fate on the off angle, even more in punishment to RT9. Losing another. Ragnarok's gonna go find Jigsaw and put him into a million pieces. Real Tiger 9 eliminated next. 4 remaining. RTG will lose 2. Though in that engagement on the edge of the blue zone, this could look dire for their chances at the chicken dinner. Senke gonna fall down as well. Only Flame and Marshall remain. Fate still in control of the compound. Galaxy Racer have to breach it though as the zone does go away from everyone. Leif doing work as much as they can against Alpha Legends, but here come Galaxy Racer. The 3 members down onto the ground floor. Galaxy Racer trying to find into the fight, but won't find anyone for now, as it will be Galaxy Racer still holding up. Still, only Leif has been knocked. There goes Asawi though as well. The solo player on the ground. The smoke disorientates Fate, and down they go to the duo. RTG down to the solo in the backdrop. It's Marshall, the only player remains. Fate, Arif, Ragnar, but Ragnar will make the revive. MJ needs to heal his way up. The grenade will not prove the execution. Max Cash goes upstairs anyways. They're looking for the extra pin. They're looking for Leif. The low member Max Cash goes in on his own. And that is the mistake from Galaxy Racer. Yes, they find a 1-for-1, but they're now losing their advantage. They've lost one. MJ's a solo. Now comes Leif, but Ragnarok goes in too quick. MJ might be able to clutch this one up in return. MJ will find it, and Fate get wiped.
And you know what's so interesting about that as well? Like, from that compound, you can still have a high chance of getting a chicken dinner, but you need to have it going towards you. They still got the vehicles in between, so those are resources that they can use, but RTG is not done yet. I know they are so low on resource, but he can rely on these Nyx covers. There's like rocks and all that stuff. You can see Alpha is tunnel vision on the compound. Galaxy Race is focusing on resetting. This can be anyone's game. A $1,000 still on the table.
I mean, RTG, they've got one last chance. They've got one sliver of health for Marshall to take their first chicken dinner. That blue zone is closing in. They've managed to find some cover with the airdrop, no less. They're going to use the bandages, but I think they have been spotted. There comes the grenade through from Alpha Legends. It was just a check grenade. It's not going to be straight through onto Marshall. So the rock was not successful, but the airdrop will be a blue zone as well. Going to clutch up even more. It's Galaxy Racer. There is no way. There is no space. Only that one door to protect him. The bush being used completely as much as possible by Marshall to survive.
Thinking what the plan is for Galaxy Racer. Like, they want to just eliminate one player first. I don't completely understand what they're trying to do, but of course they are trying to, get into the smoke, but probably not enough grounds for them to use. But Marshall's position is definitely compromised, but he's got those level 3 gear. A skill can be anyone's games because Alpha got 2 sides to focus on right now.
Alpha Legends. They have to focus on Galaxy Race. You said they were tunnel visioned in. That's a grenade. That's MJ. So low. That's the grenade that will settle this game for Alpha. There they go. Boom. Galaxy Racer in third, but can Marshall find a cheeky one? Back onto Kato. It will not be able to find any, and this could be the position compromise. As you said, RTG, their chance to get a chicken dinner is here. They have to pull off the 2v1. They have to be able to execute Alpha Legends. But can they execute perfectly as need be? Chaos, Kato, they look like they might be able to find them. There goes one, no. Marshall's found a solo pick onto Chaos. Marshall has been found, they've been spotted. They're trying to find it through the smoke. Marshall's so low, they find it! RTG! They take their first chicken dinner at the Super Weekend in the last game possible.
That is the definition of a choke from Kato. I'm sorry, but that was big choke. 2v1, known position, the teammate got knocked, and then you're in 1v1 against someone that is there. Like, they were both potatoing those shots. Like, it would be nice to see a brain scan or something, to look at maybe the pulse or something in those moments, but well, taking away our points, seems like every team that will proceed to the finals have won at least one game in the Super Weekends.
At least $1,000 going to everybody. Money for everyone when it comes to the Super Weekend. Ooh. But that has been all the Super Weekend games done. But before we conclude, we need to go for a quick break, and then we will break down how all of these 45 games have gone. Welcome to the closing moments of what will be the final Super Weekend, the final day of the league and the Super Weekend stage of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia 2021 spring season. We're heading our way through to now the grand final stage of the PMPL Arabia, and we have confirmed all 16 teams competing all the way through from GUNZ Esports to now, as we know, the snipers joining the rest.
I can't, man. Like, that ending is just everything that we both want and don't want.
Yeah.
It's like, it's so different. That is nice. But the pain that you can feel for the players and the pressure is just intense. But you know what? We live for moments like this. It's where heroes are made. Can't argue. And that was literally every team who would proceed to the finals now are born, and all of them have at least gotten one chicken dinner in those 45 games of the Super Weekend. And man, what a journey! What a journey!
One chicken dinner they were able to pick up. RTG nevertheless do take home, as you say, $1,000 for themselves. And all off of Alpha Legends throw. Queso. But nevertheless, that is the pressure it gets you. And it is a reminder, I think, to the seriousness of this competition and how much pressure really is on all of these guys' shoulders.
And you know what? We will just carry on with our usual. Let's head over to the match stats to wrap this up, because that was an interesting game. That was nice to watch. There's so many interesting fights and so many crucial moments for many of these squads where we have RTG not only winning the game, but fighting their way through as well, coming strong when it comes to the total points.
Still their Galaxy Racer, as you say, you talk about teams coming up clutch. Yes, they obviously get their next game just after what was a second place finish, a third place finish, but it is all about RTG Esports grabbing their first chicken dinner. After 45 matches, Marshall was able to clutch one up, snaking their way through to the victory with the airdrop loot, but of course guns as well. Shy disappointment to them, I think. Yes, they breached over that 550 point mark, which is an achievement to be said in itself, but as well not going to be able to reach that 10th chicken dinner which they were after.
Ooh. But you know, nonetheless, still such a good squad, man. Like, it was in those compound fights that's so linear that they found it maybe a little bit like different, that they couldn't hold it down. But you could see like it was also brilliant for Galaxy Racer, because it came in the last game confident. You could see it. They were not the typical so-called bottom team. They are done being bottom. Like, it's almost hard to say that they are there anymore. It's more like maybe HOTLINE that are definitely more shaky. Real Tiger 9 that could be shakier. So I feel like all these teams deserve their spot in the finals. Snipers, not quite sure, but it's partially because they triggered me by doing emotes, then getting kind of killed straight after. Yes,
they got destroyed by YaLLa.
Yeah.
I mean, deservedly, I think. If you're going to dance your way to a victory, live it with a short celebration before YaLLa almost squad wiped them. But speaking of RTG and their win, we get to have a look at their stats for that game. The 1,533 damage overall, the 8 kills that they were able to pick up as well. This was a well-deserved chicken dinner by far and large for this team. And I think it is almost a surprising first chicken dinner, considering that they said we were moving into today and they were the second highest when it came to placement points, finally proving that through to fruition with a win.
And you know, sometimes it's just hard. Like, now that they've gotten one, let's not forget that Alpha Legends also only gotten one chicken dinner so far. So like, the end game pressure that we mentioned, that might be the key, like for some of these teams to first absorb so that they can win the game, is pretty much on that line there. And RTG found themselves like slowly coming in. It was the individual plays that count, like after all. And with that, by ending the Super Weekend and the so-called League stage with such a high, maybe RTG can be just so much better. After all, they are pretty much high up there.
I mean, they were high up there, Tarzan. If you got to imagine beating out Alpha Legends now when it comes to those points stealing away that third position, RICO Infinity's team going to be in that second spot overall as well, you got to imagine. But also, I think props to NASR as well, an unspoken team that still make their way through into that top 5 and have proven themselves from, I think, the start of the tournament when they did look like that favourite team to now when they still in position on paper in that top 5, set themselves up, should I say, for that position in the EMEA League.
Yes, and you know what? I'm still rooting for definitely GUNZ. I feel like they're well deserved, but it will be to our surprise, because those finals days were completely different, at least based on one thing, right? Very different when it comes to the time that's allowed for them to prepare. Now, that's number 1. 2, they have 6 games to play every day, back to back to back. That changes it too. And then third, I don't even know what's the third one. I think it's just knowing that comes down to this. Like the focus is, yes, maybe like the prize money, but we know there's so much on in the Super Weekends now is to be able to go further. Like we don't settle for this. That's why you don't dance when you qualify. Like because the stage is so huge, the ladder is there. Represent the region then. Go to EMEA. Don't settle for just coming here. Yes.
I think overall you have to be in that mindset, right? You can't be in that mindset to where you think, well, I've now done enough. Like, as you say, when we look back towards Snipers, yes, they get that win initially through that guarantee to the final stage, but then they forget that there's still a game on their hands. There's still a potential to get $1,000 to get with that chicken dinner win. And yes, you even come up clutch with Citizen X versus YaLLa at the end, but it's still not enough when you only have a solo player because you made those initial mistakes. And this, I think, speaks to all of these teams in general, that you just cannot settle for a half-done job. You have to, going now into the potential to get into the EMEA League in the PMPL Arabia finals, your points will reset. You're all back at 0 again. So you have to prove yourself. It doesn't matter that even if you finish in 16th position or you finish in first with GUNZ at 550 plus points, you have to reset and do that all over again if you want to get into that top 5 spots.
Yeah, it's actually quite crazy to see the level difference in this caliber of play still being so huge. And that is why we try to make some points here. Like we're being harsh or something, but this game is also exciting in this way because I think you need to start to know what you don't know. And there's a lot of people who are still in that bracket to feel like they're a good player and they don't know what they don't know. But something that we do sure know is the prize money when it comes to the chicken.
That prize money, oh man, is it big for GUNZ Esports. 9 fat K stacks coming through from the RICO Infinity's team there, with for NASR still with 3,000. 3 wins on the board through that Super Weekend stage. But a 20% win rate out of all of the 45 games to GUNZ Esports. That is a scary thought, to say the least, considering that we're moving into now only what will be the next 18 games of the final stage. And a 20% win rate there, 6 wins, 15 points per win. That's already 90 points just from their chicken dinners if they can match their statistics alone.
It's quite insane. And I don't see them, going the opposite direction, because you know, we've got the so-called more accidental wins coming from some of these teams, but like GUNZ are not just about getting 9 chicken dinners. It's about when they don't, what they get. They still get so many points. Like,
oh yeah,
they got 1 placement point, fine. They would take 9 kill points, right? They can't take a chicken dinner. Okay, second, third place with 4 or 5 points. That point average really speaks the consistency and the domination of this team.
And when you think as well, the fact that, as you say, they've already got over 300 placement points in total. They almost had over that 300 kill point mark overall. So they were heading towards that ridiculous set of stats, but also ridiculous nevertheless are these numbers that we will get to see in today's Chicken Dinner winners. And more importantly, their GUNZ win also over in Miramar. Yes, it was YaLLa to win the first, but they came back up strong. 15 kills, 30 knocks, 2,566 damage coming through from them. But after that, it was NASR Esports who took Sanhok, FalconsEsport who took the second Miramar game, and finally to close it out, of course, RTG with their first win on the board.
I liked all the chicken dinners that we had today. It's just sometimes a lot of methodological type of win. We've also got those coming from maybe YaLLa, which we saw them setting up in the areas that they kind of knew how to, because they've, you know, studied the enemy team's rotations, but they had a trigger discipline slowly move in. So, and then of course towards the end, the unusual down to the 1v2, 1v1, those are exciting to watch, to say the least. And I am actually, from the bottom of my heart, rooting for all these teams, except Zombies, who got disqualified for like other reasons. But like, if you're honorable player, honorable like young guy or young lady, like, you deserve, you know, the growth. Like, set the mindset straight and then keep learning. Like, after all, there's so much more to this. Like, who knows? Like, sometimes you look at us, like, we're just casters, like, you know my real name, we know like each other's real name, then like it's maybe a completely different person. Like, after that one part of your life, and if you can shine here like a diamond and shine like a diamond elsewhere in other aspects of life as well, that it would be the best thing that we can wish for all of you.
Man, taking those props further from Rihanna, but also we have to think of commiserations. So we check the overall stats here too, of course. Arab GSG, Fanatic Zombies, and Flare Loyal Team, who will all be eliminated. But in good words, these are our 16 qualifiers. SCYTES also edging their way up 1 position, the top 8, but GUNZ overall the leading team to take us through into the PMPL Arabia finals. Reconfidence team, Alpha Legends, NASR Esports, RTG Esports, the other 4 teams in those top 5 positions. On paper, remember, the top 5 teams in the grand finals move through to the EMEA League stage, and they fight against the best teams from both EU West, from CIS, from Turkey, and from Africa.
Wait, you know what? Like, I just can't wait to see that already. Like, it's just the collection of the talents, and I love, you know, being there from the start, you know, from PMCO, like one region of PMCO, looking at that level, then looking at these teams now at the Pro League, then bit by bit, the growth from these players and the hard work is what I want to send, you know, my heart towards, because it's not easy, you know, to keep some sort of professionalism and then show the important qualities of like an athlete and a successful person in general, like at this level. And they're incredibly talented, and to be able to, you know, perform at this level for now. And so let's not forget about that. Just use it as motivation, really. And we see just all these teams on this page, and remember some of their good plays. Is what I can think of when I see the names.
I think the good plays definitely from all of these teams who have, of course, progressed, even those who have been eliminated. Everyone has had their spotlight moment, to be fair to them, and I think that everyone has the potential in these top 16 teams, and particularly, of course, in these top 8 teams, to really challenge and take one of those top 5 spots, even off our current top 5 teams. There is nothing, I think, put in stone for the meantime that these will be our 5 representatives coming through in a week's time. I think that certainly everyone has the opportunity to do so, despite even if there is a skill gap, you can still have the mental fortitude, and you can still have a good series of days to be able to bring you through to that EMEA League, of course.
Yep, and we've laid out all those points now. They've got some time to think about it if they think it will suit their development. And we are going over to the second page now, and then it's crazy, like so many games played, and some of these teams, like SUDOR, by the way, let's say they don't feel too sad or low from missing this one. They can do serious homework, and there's not many, as they are the only team who has the opportunity to do that by missing this last Super Weekend and still able to qualify, and then can use these info to their advantage.
Qualify in 9th position, nevertheless, with 2 chicken dinner wins. I mean, imagine if they were competing in this weekend, they would be well up there, potentially in that top 5. So if they were in that top 5 before heading into the 3rd Super Weekend games, and YaLLa Esports said down in 10th, Real Tiger 9 in 11th, Galaxy Racer, our only Indian representative team in 12th position, will qualify through to the grand finals. HOTLINE will also qualify in 13th, Fate in 14th, after their 2nd Super Weekend alongside Rad, and the Snipers in 15th and 16th positions. And the Snipers, well done to them, at least to be able to pick up the points necessary to be out of RAB GSG and qualify, of course, for the grand finals, nevertheless, after missing out on their first Super Weekend.
Yeah, and you can see like Fate and Galaxy Racer with the point average actually coming through very strong. 7 points or more is not easy to reach, but it's really sad, like for the fans of Arab PSG. I think the whole, like, my heart goes to the whole of the organization. I feel like it's almost like that we want to expect. I feel like we should expect some changes coming in, the team, or the foundation of the team, because like for what they are known for, I don't think they would settle for this, and someone is definitely going to take some responsibility for it. But I hope that they can do it like lightly, and if possible, just use whatever they have right now and make it work, instead of leaving things. Like fixing things are just like better in the long run.
Yeah, I think certainly these teams, all of them, I think, including not just Arab GSG, but Flare Lol Team and Fnatic, they all had the potential to get there, but alas, they'll have to wait until the full season to see if they can find some more success. That has been all, of course, from us for the Super League Weekend and the League stage at the PMPL Arabia. We'll see you on the 10th, 11th, and the 12th of June, so the Thursday, the Friday, and the Saturday for the grand final stage, where we have the final 16 qualifiers competing for the top 5 EMEA League spots. I've been Hired Wolf, you've been Professor Tarzan, and we wish you all a beautiful good night.